Yeah, I think we're. All right, so it's 6:35 p.m. So I call this regularly scheduled Historic Preservation Commission meeting to order.
Please be advised that in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, the notice of the time, date, and place of this regularly scheduled meeting of the Jersey City Historic Preservation Commission has been sent to the Jersey Journal, the Jersey City Reporter, and El Especialito on Thursday, October 21st. Same notice has been sent to the city clerk for the posting on the bulletin board outside of the clerk's office in City Hall and on the Jersey City website. I have proof of this notice here in evidence. I'll go ahead and share my screen and we can mark as B1.
Okay, B1.
All right, and we can move to a roll call. Commissioner Gucciardo is absent. Commissioner Lewis?
Here, sorry, muted.
It's okay. Commissioner Sakan?
Here.
Commissioner Amatuza?
Here.
Commissioner Tagliareni?
Here.
Commissioner Gordon?
Present.
Commissioner Gunther?
Here.
Vice Chair Sandkamp?
Here.
And Chairman Blazak.
Here.
Okay, there are 8 members of the commission in attendance tonight. 5 affirmative votes are needed for a certificate of appropriateness. Next on the agenda is the approval of minutes from October 4th, 2021. Does anyone have any questions or comments on the minutes? Okay, hearing none, staff's recommendation would be for a motion to approve the minutes of October 4th.
Motion to approve.
Second, Sandkamp.
I got Paul, and then I got Tony. Okay. Commissioner Tagliareni.
Approved.
Okay. Commissioner Amatuza.
Aye.
Commissioner Sakan.
Maggie, I have a quick question. I read
Yeah.
through the minutes.
Mhm.
So is that, nevertheless, should I abstain from this or can I vote aye on it for the
If you
approval?
If you read through them, you can vote on them.
Then aye.
Commissioner Lewis.
Abstain.
Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Commissioner Gunther.
Abstain.
Okay. Commissioner Gucciardo is absent. Commissioner Gibson is absent. Commissioner Peppin is absent. Vice Chair Sandkamp.
Aye.
And Chairman Blazak.
Aye.
Okay, there's 6 votes yes, no votes no, and 2 abstentions. The minutes are approved. Okay, next on the agenda list is correspondence. All copies of correspondence and application materials are linked on the agenda as per usual. Next is announcements. Staff has no announcements at this time. And we have public comments. If there are any members of the public who would like to speak regarding matters of historic preservation who are not on tonight's agenda, so anything that is regarding matters of historic preservation that does not have to do with 75 Montgomery or the Lowe's, you can use the raise hand function at the bottom of the screen to address the commission. If you're on the phone, you can press *9. All right, we do have 1 hand raised. Again, staff notes that this is not regarding the Lowe's or 75 Montgomery. So looks like, oh, I believe the hand went down. Okay, yes, it was about one of those 2 things. Either way, staff sees no hands raised, so staff would recommend a motion to open and close public comment.
Motion.
Second, Sandkamp.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we have some stuff in new business. Brian, if you want to go ahead and call the first case.
All right, this is case 8A, case H2198, Stephen Joseph Esquire on behalf of Eric Liepins, architect. This is 75 Montgomery Street, block 14301, lot 7 in the Paulus-Hook Historic District for a certificate of appropriateness for the installation of a blade sign at a primary facade, exterior ventilation system at the rear, and a new aluminum storefront system at 75 Montgomery Street, an altered contributing neoclassical building designed by John T. Rowland, constructed between 1909 and 1919. This is carried from the October 4th, 2021 HPC meeting.
Good evening, everyone. Stephen Joseph for the applicant. Great to see everybody. I was not at the last meeting. Nick Trami in the office did a presentation at the last meeting. I'm hoping we've addressed some of the concerns of the board. There were two big changes from the last time this application was before the board. One was regarding the storefront. The applicant has removed any modifications to the storefront from the application. So the window is no longer being replaced as part of the application. And number two, the signage was adjusted. My client worked with his professionals to adjust the signage, get another mounting bracket that's more appropriate for the building. And my client and his professional did a site visit to determine where previous signage was on the facade of the building. Eric is our professional this evening. I believe you heard from him last time, and he's going to walk you through the new signage.
Good evening, everyone.
Eric, we just have to swear you in.
Can you
Sure.
raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, that's all.
And then just spell your name for Bridget, please.
Sure. First name is Eric, E-R-I-K. Last name Liepins, L-I-E-P-I-N-S.
Thank you. Staff notes that Mr. Leapins has been previously qualified in front of this board.
Great. So Eric, why don't you go ahead and share your screen and show the board what we came up with.
Sure. All right. Can everyone see my screen here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So this is the profile of the new sign as put together by the sign manufacturer. So it still remains an 8 square foot sign. The mounting hardware is more consistent and in line with the neighborhood and the historical, the historical signs of the area. As far as a rendering on the building, here it is. So it shows the location of the sign, shows the new mounting hardware. As far as the face of the sign, it remains very similar to before. The main difference was the location and the mounting hardware. So it does still have the illumination that's external from the sign. It shines down. That is an LED 3000 lumen light. The size of the sign is 32 inches across, 36 inches high. And then there are some of the fastening methods that were included in the submission as well.
And Eric, you did do a site visit at this property, correct?
I did.
And if you could go back to the second rendering, the one that we're going to use, we selected that location of the sign based on evidence at the site of prior patchwork, prior mounting brackets, correct?
That is correct. Yes, there's patching in those areas of the facade.
Great. Can you just quickly go over the materials of the sign?
Sure. So it's an aluminum cabinet that's black. It's 8 inches deep. And then the signage is a vinyl graphic that's fastened to the black aluminum cabinet.
Great. All right, so that was the change that we made to the application. I don't know if the board had any questions about the revised signage, or if there were any other aspects that we went over last time that you'd like us to go over again.
Can you just refresh your memory what the previous size of the sign was and how much?
It was still 8.
Reduced?
It was 8 square feet, same size. The only difference is the mounting arm.
Okay. My question is the sign, am I reading that right, that it's 6.5 inches thick?
6.5 inch sign body. Yes.
Is there a reason why it's so thick? Usually when walking around historic neighborhoods, we see signs that are historically wood, or now there might be a metal material. Usually we see signs that are, I would say, no more than 2 inches thick, especially in the rendering from across the street. The thing that really strikes me is how thick it is, in addition to its size. I think the armature is much improved, but I still think, my opinion is that the signage is still a little oversized, and a little too thick. And I would prefer that to be reduced a little bit. Maybe, I don't want to give a specific number, but I think something like 18 by 24, 24 by 30, even maybe at the maximum, but and something that's not quite as 6.5 inches thick, maybe reduced by more than half, to be a little bit more in line with thickness of signs that we see in historic neighborhoods. So that's my opinion. I know we're not in discussion yet, and we're just asking questions, but that's my question, is why is the sign so thick?
As far as the first one, I touch on the size of the sign. So it is 8 square feet, which is allowable by code. And so that's allowable. As far as the thickness, I'd have to go back to the fabricator. I know they engineered the sign, so there's definitely a reason. And I'm not sure if it can go any thicker or any thinner, but we would have to check with the fabricator.
Well, I mean, I see signs that are this size or smaller than this that are much thinner. So I don't see any reason why this sign should be 6.5 inches in thickness. I think no more than 2 inches on a metal sign is normal. I mean, I think that's my biggest problem with this, is this sign is way too thick.
Okay.
Are there any other comments or questions from the commission?
I just have one statement to make about the thickness of the sign. I would agree, given that, from the front of the building, it'll just read as a 6.5 inch thick black line. So maybe a thinner sign would be fine, given it's lit from both sides. It would also reduce in the weight of the sign. God forbid it should ever come crashing down. So yeah, I would agree with Commissioner Blazak on the thickness of the sign.
Okay.
And that's it.
And I think last time no one had any problems with the ventilation system. It's not visible from anywhere from any public right of ways or thoroughfares. I'd be willing to support this, with a added condition that the width be reduced, so that you can get an approval tonight and we can vote on this, unless someone else, has any other comments. But I would be willing to approve this with the condition that the width be reduced, and you can work on staff with that so that you can get an approval tonight.
The applicant appreciates that, and the applicant's happy to agree to that condition to work with staff on the thickness of the sign.
I recall during the last meeting on this application, there was a pretty extensive discussion about trying to get the brackets aligned with the mortar joints. And I can see how that might not be feasible, but I was just wondering if you could speak to how the sign is actually fastened to the facade of the building and the extent of damage that might cause to historic fabric, and whether that would be easily reversible if this sign were to be removed.
Sure. So Eric did go to the site, and you could actually see it a little bit on the Google images, but it's obviously a lot more clear in person. There is prior patchwork on the facade of the building, and that's where we're going to be attaching this to in 2 areas. So Eric could speak to that a little bit more.
Yeah, if you go there, if you look up, you will definitely see the area. It's pretty visible when you're there in person. And as far as the attachment method, here are some initial drawings from the fabricator. The arm is fastened with 4 bolts. As you can see here, here's the mounting plate, which is, at both the upper and lower connection.
And I did speak with the signage manufacturer directly. And my understanding is that the top bracket is cosmetic only. It's not actually supporting the sign. So they actually do make an adjustable top bracket. So there's a little flexibility in terms of location of that top one, which is something we were concerned about because of the proximity of the 2 holes when it's being installed. So it's just the bottom pole arm that's actually supporting the sign.
And you don't have any photographs from the site visit that you could show us perhaps?
I do not.
Okay, that would have been helpful, but
Stephen, I'm sorry to interject as staff right now during non-staff times. I'm pretty sure we discussed it when you could see it on Google Maps.
You can, yeah.
I don't know
you
if
can see
Eric
if you
thinks
go
it
on
would be
Google.
helpful to bring that up, maybe so that the commission could see a little bit better.
I can hear.
I can also do it if you can't get it, Eric.
Let's see. I will
Stephen, I
reshare in
need you to
just one
co-host if you get
second.
it first.
are we gonna have to mark this as evidence?
Yeah, we'll have to mark it as evidence.
Okay.
Right, I've got it, Eric.
You got it. Okay.
All right, so you can see there's a variety of patchwork throughout the front building. But the ones we're talking about is this large one here, which that's going to be the supporting arm of the actual sign. And then you can see up top here, there's multiple patches on here. And just going down this entire portion here, you could see patches throughout. It's much more visible in person, obviously, but and we can mark this into evidence. I believe A1, it's a Google street image of the facade of 75 Montgomery.
A1.
Thank you for that.
So now that we've seen that, I guess the obvious question is, of the 3 options that you show, including the one that you're saying is the one that you prefer, none of those options actually have that bracket landing on that patched portion of that pilaster.
Eric, can you bring up the rendering again?
Sure.
Can you go to the one before
I
that one?
think
Okay. Yeah, so that's off. The intention with clear direction from Maggie was to make sure it attaches to existing patchwork on the side of the building. So that's it will be attached to the existing holes in the front of the building. And like I was saying with the top mounting arm, that one doesn't actually support the sign. It is adjustable.
Right, but that top mounting arm still requires you to put 4 fasteners into the stone, which will make 4 new openings. And so the fact that that's decorative aside, the intention of asking these fasteners to align either with the motor joints or with the existing patchwork is obviously to avoid making new openings in the fabric of the stone. So you've shown us a clear picture of where there's a kind of clear sort of square patch zone. I would say underneath the second from the top thin band, which is, I think, a good argument to make, except that you don't actually show any of the brackets, neither the top nor the bottom, actually landing in that spot. So I guess I'm confused as to what you're actually proposing.
Understood. Yeah, the science professional did throw this together pretty quickly. Again, the intention is to mount to the existing damage on the facade.
Which one, the top or the bottom?
The main pole arm is intended to mount into the large square. So the there's four lines in the facade. The rendering is not accurate in how many lines are there, but in the rendering we're showing 3 lines. It would be right below the third line.
If it helps, we can remove that decorative arm and go back to the original design so that it's only the horizontal band. And that way there's only one connection into the stone of the facade, which would
be
limit the
better in my
penetrations.
Wait,
that
you're
would help.
speaking over one another, one at a time?
I'm sorry, I said that would be much better in my opinion.
I agree.
Have one arm instead of 2. Being the top one doesn't really do anything.
Yes, and align it with the existing patchwork, obviously.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah, I would support that as well. And this also is why we should always have photographs of these areas that are important that we're going to be talking about.
Okay. Are there any other questions, comments, anything like that?
Should we open
Um,
it to the public on this one?
Just real quick, I also just want to second Commissioner Blazak's concern about the thickness of the sign. I think reducing it would be helpful. Personally, I don't have an issue with the length or the width of the sign if it's allowable by code. I personally don't take exception to it.
And one last question for me, is this accurate in the amount of window signage that you're going to have? Just the one decal on the far left bay to the right of the entrance?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so as long as it's allowable by code, and the width or the width of the sign is reduced, I would be the thickness, I would be fine with it.
Okay. All right, if there are no other questions or comments or anything, Stephen and Eric, does that conclude your testimony?
That concludes our testimony.
Yes.
Okay. So I think we can open this up to the public. Are there any members of the public in attendance tonight who would like to address the commission regarding this application? You can use the raise hand function at the bottom of your screen, or if you're on the phone, you can press *9. All right, staff sees no hands and would recommend a motion to open and close public comment.
Motion.
To open and close.
Okay, I have Austin with the motion and Kelly with the second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
So we'll move into staff comments on this. Put up my staff report. So this is an updated staff report. So usually when I just scroll the bottom, we did note the items that have been updated and resubmitted as part of this. And we did also note on here that the applicant has removed the aluminum storefront system from the scope of work. Let's go down to the recommendation. So after reviewing the recommendation, we do think that it's mostly consistent with the Secretary of the Interior standards and is also consistent with our ordinance. We don't believe that the proposed sign or application as a whole is going to have an adverse impact on the historic resource or the historic district as a whole. So we are proposing some conditions as well as a recommendation to approve the COA. The first condition, it just installed in the mortar joints only. That is a typo on my end. It should be installed in the patch work only, the location of the patch. The second is that the exterior lighting for the signage should be no brighter than 300 K. So we want a warm light on this. We don't want anything blue or white. That all of the signage, both the exterior and the window signage, needs to conform with zoning requirements. It's not specifically written in the staff report, but that goes for the exterior sign, the length and width, as well as any window signage. They can do whatever is up to the percentage that's allowable, not to exceed that. That the ventilation system should not be visible from any public right of way. If the signage changes at any point, that they need to come back or submit a deviation. And we did include a proposed planting or landscaping just on the off chance someone wants to put in a street tree over here. That's fine. So in addition to those, we also have the 3 that were recommended by during the commissioner portion. The first is that the applicant shall remove the unnecessary upper arm of the sign. The second, I actually reiterated again that the sign shall be installed into the existing patch signage hole, and that'll be the main arm of the sign, or in this case, the only arm of the sign. And the third, that the applicant shall work with HPC staff to reduce the depth of the sign. Or sign, I'm actually going to clarify that and write signboard. Okay. Are there any questions for HPC staff? Cool. Cool. Stephen, does your client accept these conditions?
The applicant accepts all conditions.
Cool. All right. So prior to making our formal recommendation and calling for a roll call vote, we do have 3 commissioners in attendance tonight who were not at the previous hearing. Did any of those 3 commissioners, who are Kelly, Austin, and Paul Tagliareni, did any of you get a chance to read the transcript from the previous meeting?
Maggie, I was actually at the previous meeting.
You were?
Yeah, I looked at the minutes and I'm like, wait, I'm in the comments, and
I'm sorry.
confused it with
I
the
don't know
September meeting that I missed. So I was actually at the last meeting.
Cool. That makes it so much easier. But Austin, you said you read the transcript?
Yeah, having read the transcript, I can confirm.
Okay. Paul, did you get a chance to?
Yes, I read the transcript. I'm okay.
Okay. And Stephen, your applicant is okay if Paul and Austin vote?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. So the recommendation from HPC staff is to approve the certificate of appropriateness with the conditions as written on the staff report and read into the record tonight.
I'll make a motion to approve the COA with the conditions.
Second.
Okay. Let's do Commissioner Gunther.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Amatuzza.
Aye.
Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis.
Aye.
Commissioner Sakam.
Aye.
Commissioner Tagliareni.
Aye.
Okay. Commissioner Gucciardo is absent. Commissioner Gibson is absent. Commissioner Peppin is absent. Vice Chair Sankamp.
Aye.
And Chairman Blazak.
Aye.
Okay, there are 8 votes in favor, none against, no abstentions. The certificate of appropriateness with conditions is approved.
Thank you guys so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So we are going to, all right, looks like they jumped off for me. Perfect. Brian, if you want to go ahead and call the next application.
Sure. Next, we have item number 9, new business. 9A, this is case H21-349. Frank Regan Esquire on behalf of the City of Jersey City owner. This is 54 Journal Square, AKA the Lowe's Jersey Theater, Block 10-601, Lot 41. This is in the Journal Square 2060 redevelopment plan preservation zone and the New Jersey State Register of Historic Places. This is for a review of updated plans and documents for the proposed rehabilitation and restoration of the interior and exterior of the Lowe's Jersey Theater, an altered Spanish Baroque influenced wonder theater completed in 1929.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Frank Regan here on behalf of the designated redeveloper for the Lowe's Theater, DA Development One, and the City of Jersey City, the owner of the theater. As the chairman indicated, we're coming back before you, having appeared back on July 19th to make an initial presentation on the proposed renovation, rehabilitation of the Lowe's Theater. Just a quick update. Since that time, on September 14th, we appeared before the planning board for a Section 31 review, and the planning board recommended the project. The following week, on September 21st, we received site plan approval from the Hudson County Planning Board. I have one witness this evening, Gary Martinez from OTJ Architects, the project architect, who will make a presentation to you. I do have a number of other representatives from OTJ as well as from HMR, who's a subcontractor to OTJ and the redeveloper. I'd like to actually have them all sworn and qualified, just in the event that there are questions that they may be more appropriate to answer than Mr. Martinez. So
Okay.
there's Georgina Sperber, John, if you want me to give you the names, Maggie?
So it actually, do they know who they are, like who's presenting?
Well, Gary Martinez is going
Well,
to
yeah.
present.
I just mean,
and-
sometimes it's easier if they raise their hands than if I have to
Okay.
go through the
The
list.
one, and there's 5 of them. There's
Okay.
Eric Holderman and Kurt Leisure from HMR. There's
Mhm.
Georgina Sperber, John Adamick, and Brian Ackerman from OTJ.
Okay. All right. I think we're just, yeah. So Frank, if you want to just go through one by one, we can swear them in and then if
Sure.
necessary, qualify them as we
Yep.
go.
Is Gary there? Gary? Or are you doing it, John?
Gary will be presenting.
Okay. Gary, if you can turn off your mute and your camera on. We'll start with Gary.
I have done both of those, Frank. Thank you.
Okay.
Start-
Can you
we'll
raise
start
your
with
right
you,
hand?
Gary.
I'm sorry, where is, oh, there he is. Okay.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Very good.
We go to John Easterling.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
John Adamick.
Okay. Raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
We have,
Okay.
actually, we even have more people I see now. Okay, Brian Ackerman.
All right. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great.
Regina.
Okay. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And Eric, you're it, right? Eric Holderman, are you?
I'm sorry, wait a minute. The last person we just swore in, I don't see anybody.
There was
Georgina.
Georgina.
Wait. Georgina, okay.
Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so correct me if
One
I'm
more.
wrong. Gary
One-
and Eric Holterman have already been previously qualified
Okay.
before this work before,
Great.
correct? Am I correct?
Not,
Okay.
not for us, not for our, not our, based on our prior, but maybe in other matters.
Eric, have you been?
I don't think I've been sworn in for Lowe's. I've been sworn in for other projects.
Oh, if you've been qualified for other projects, that's fine. Okay, so then Eric and Gary, why don't you just spell your names for Bridget and then we'll qualify everyone else.
I think we still need to actually swear in Mr. Holterman, right?
Okay.
Yep. Can you just raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Okay. I think we're good.
Okay. Frank, I'll start with mine.
Yep.
Sure. Gary Martinez, GaryMartinez.
Staff notes Mr. Martinez has been previously qualified in front of this board.
And Eric Holterman, ERIC, Holterman, HOLTERMANN.
Staff notes Mr. Holtman has previously been qualified in front of this board before.
Okay, should we do the others? John E.
We shall.
Right. John, JOHN, Easterling, EASTERLING.
And then John, just very briefly give just a very quick overview of your qualifications, like.
Yes. Right. So I received a Master's of Architecture from Rice University, have been working as a professional architect for 30 years, and specifically with Gary Martinez on performing arts center projects.
Okay. Staff recommends that Mr. Easterling be qualified as an expert in the field of architecture.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to John A.
John Adamek, JOHN, ADAMEK. I have a bachelor's in architecture from University of Cincinnati, and I've been working as a professional architect for 21 years.
Okay. Staff recommends that Mr. Adamek be qualified as an expert in the field of architecture.
Okay, we'll go next to Georgina.
Georgina, GEORGINA, Sperber, SPERBER, principal at OTJ Architects, qualifications, Bachelor in Architecture from the University of Cape Town. And I've been working on historic theatres for the past 20 years, together with Gary Martinez. Includes the King's Theatre in Brooklyn, the Sanger Theatre in New Orleans, the Boston Opera House, and many others that are similar in terms of significance to this theatre.
Staff recommends that Ms. Sperber be qualified as an expert in the field of architecture.
And then we'll go to Brian Ackerman.
Brian Ackerman, BRIANACKERMAN. I have an associate's degree from SUNY Alfred State, followed by a bachelor's of architecture from Syracuse University. I've been working in the architecture field for 20 years, primarily in higher education and cultural facilities such as theaters and performing arts.
Staff recommends that Mr. Ackerman be qualified as an expert in the field of architecture.
I think that's everyone. Thank you.
I believe so
Thank you
too.
for your patience. We'll have Gary Martinez, I think, is going to proceed with the presentation. So Gary, I'll let you go.
Thank you, Frank. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. First off, thank you for allowing us to qualify so many people, but there may be questions that come up that I don't have the latest information on, and I want to be able to answer as many questions as you might have through the course of the evening. What I'd like to do is share my screen with you. Let's see. Let me try this one more time. Go. Let me know when you see the image.
We can see something now.
Okay, and I'm going to enlargen it. Can you see that entire image well?
Yes.
Okay, good, good. Well, it's a pleasure to be back with you tonight. We have been doing a lot of work over the last few months on the theater, and it's been moving at a pace that actually has not been matched by any other projects that we've done. I can say that much. We do have an awful lot of information to share with you, and invite any questions that you might have. Our goal tonight was to gather that information and have it on documents to be as specific as we possibly can in answering your questions, particularly as there was, I think, a discussion that we had, that the first presentation was highly conceptual and basically didn't have the depth of information that you were looking for to be comfortable with the project. I appreciate that you've given us this opportunity to come back and sort of share with you the progress. We are at approximately 50% construction documents on the project. And some areas are much more advanced than others. The last time that we met together, we basically did a tour of first the exterior and then the interior of the theater. What I would like to do tonight is to follow generally that same pattern and to stop at areas where new work is being contemplated, where interventions, where we have to change things in the existing theater have been detailed out, engineered, priced, and are basically just being finalized for the set of drawings. So with that, okay, it's not that one. We'll just move forward. Again, just as I noted, I'm going to begin with the exterior. We'll go to the interior where there's an awful lot of materiality to be discussed and to be talked about. And so we will just, again, this may seem familiar to you for those of you that saw the first presentation, but we are in a position where we can answer, where we've done a lot more studies. Our consultants have been out in the field. A lot of work has been done to really ascertain the condition of the building. And so we can now describe to you the kinds of repairs that need to be made to it and or the kinds of changes that we might be seeking your input on. So starting with the exterior scope of rehabilitation and intervention. And again, by intervention, I mean an area where we need to make a change to the existing building, a significant change. We're not just repairing things or taking care of deferred maintenance. We did use this particular exhibit the first time. This is not the original marquee board for the project. The soffit is an original piece, but the three faces of the rectangle are not original. That they were changed back in the late 40s to the configuration that you see now. And our approach to this is to reinstate, if you will, the original marquee board that was on the building. So in essence, we would be removing the three reader boards, the two short sides and the longer front. We would be saving and repairing the underside, the soffit, because that is the original soffit to the project, and that's this piece right here. And moving forward with a design that emulates as closely as we possibly can this marquee. So as you can see, there's quite a difference between just the profile of the marquee board, the way the lettering was handled, and they even had accommodations to put up temporary signs for different sorts of events that occurred at the theater. Here we have the elevations of the piece sort of taken from this photograph, along with a section of how the marquee would actually be put together. Again, for those of you who saw the first presentation, know that we did this at the King's Theater. Because the Lowe's jersey is done by the same architect and essentially the same interior designer as the Lowe's Kings in Brooklyn, many of the features of the two buildings are very, very similar, if not exactly the same. So we know from the construction details and whatnot that we had for the marquee piece at the Kings, we know the kind of information that's required to understand how to put together this particular marquee piece. Now, we have not removed any of the reader boards from the existing building at this point. We always find things once we do that, things that need to be addressed. In taking that apart and removing the roof membrane and things like that, What we seek to find out is the condition of the framing steel, which is actually holding the marquee up. I will say this, I've never had one where all of the steel needed to be, or even a majority of the steel needed to be repaired or replaced. I don't expect to find that here. We are prepared, however, to do a full examination of the framework to make sure that that is solid, it's safe, it's in good shape, and doesn't need any work before we start putting the decorative pieces around the outside. One of the changes that we are looking to make on this particular design is the introduction of digital signage. It has a number of advantages over the old signage that you see in the upper left-hand corner, where each letter is placed into a grid independently. Primarily, it's much safer for the people that operate the theater, for the people that have to program the board. They can simply do it from a computer sort of inside the building, rather than mounting ladders, being out there on the sidewalk where people in traffic are going by. Since this happens quite often, I mean, this is a very real concern. They're always changing the name, looking at coming events or announcing a show for a particular evening. Having the ability to program that in through computer and have it show up on in these fields, excuse me, here on the front and then on both of the sides would be a tremendous step forward in making things just safer for the workers that are there. And it gives them a lot more opportunities to show different kinds of events that would be coming to the theater. The materials that we use are a combination of brake metal, which is painted, as well as in some cases, if we have a medallion piece like this, we might substitute a painted fiberglass medallion rather than doing that in the metal. It is just lighter, it is easier to attach, it is just a better solution for some of the decorative pieces. We can find material which has the profile that you see on the original building here at the edges of the signboard itself. So those pieces are available to us, and we use them all the time, and that is not a difficult piece to sort of actually have on the signboard itself. Again, I'm happy to have you ask any questions as I go through here, because there will be a lot of detail coming after this. And so if there is anything in particular about this aspect of the project, I'm happy to answer questions for you.
I have one quick question.
Yes, sir.
Gary, would the marquee be with the new electronic computerized lettering? Would that be something that like we'd see on a Times Square theater, where it's just lit all the time with events, you know, or will it be shut off at certain hours? You know, a lot of theaters just keep the marquees lit. I'm just curious. I have no objection if it does stay lit. I'm just curious.
So I can only speak to the ones where we have done this, and they do tend to turn them off after the theater closes in the evening, particularly after a particular show. They generally do leave them lit in the evening, particularly the night of a given event, while the show is going on. The beauty again of the just being in the digital world is it can then be programmed the next day for either the next event or coming events.
Exactly.
We do expect, and I'm just going to move back here for a moment, kind of in that vein, you know, these soffits, generally these are made, they have, we call them chaser lights, where you see the light kind of going around the edge and then sort of making the pattern inside the soffit. We do expect to have chaser lights for the soffit of this. I would say when we get to the sideboards, it won't be this shape, but it would be a much more calm visage than sort of a lot of the stuff that you see on Times Square.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just sorry, one very quick question.
Sure.
Are the depths of the existing sides that cover up the original piece, is the depth or is the height of it such that you expect to find even the uppermost part of that arched piece inside the box, or is there parts of that existing sign that you think just because of the dimensions, it's probably gone by now? Do you know what I'm asking?
I think I do. I think you're asking me within this box here, might we find the articulated sign form of the original?
Right. Is it high enough?
Is it high enough? We haven't checked that dimension to know that it's high enough. We don't really have a dimension of what the height might have been on the original board. But generally, I mean, for all the ones that I've worked on, those pieces are gone, and these signboards are kind of put up, if you will. I've lost my cursor here. They're put up as one piece and attached to the steel. So we would be, in this case, developing the profile here that we have, that we see in the photograph. We did have very good documentation on the King's Theater, however, and once we're able to get up there and check that depth, I wouldn't be surprised if this board wasn't almost the same dimension as the one at the King's. They were making them in that style, but I don't expect to find these pieces up on top of the. It would be wonderful if we did find them. We'd absolutely keep them, but I don't think they're there.
I understand. Thank you. It's helpful.
Yeah. Looking at the area below the marquee is where we have the storefront entranceway to the theater. See, in a photograph that we had shown before, this kind of is a little easier to read quickly. Generally, a lot of original material is here. In fact, in this entire ensemble right here, the main piece that's missing is a dome that was once on the top of this box office kiosk. We do have plans to rebuild that dome and replace it, put that back in so that it has the same appearance that it had in the original building. We have hardware which is missing. We are keeping the doors and we're keeping the opening sizes and whatnot. So none of that is changing. And we are looking at how close can we get to this sort of original hardware, the push bars and whatnot, and still meet life safety codes relative to exiting from the theater, because we are using these doors here and here as exits for the theater. There is a decorated band both vertically and horizontally within the structure of the storefront here. All of that material is going to be saved. It's going to be cleaned. And if necessary, then we will repatinate the facade with an oil rubbed application on the bronze itself. And that gives it that darker tint, that kind of aged tint, if you will. You can see most certainly, and I can enlarge in this a bit, you can see most certainly here, the sills of the doors down at the ground level take a real beating just from weather and people kicking it and things like that. So we tend to find that this material needs to be replaced. And we have surveyed all of this, and the panels that we feel are not going to be able to be reused are slated to be replaced with a bronze panel, the same as the original door. But all of this is actually in very good shape. Even the kiosk box itself, we haven't identified a use for that. These days, box offices take up much more space than this kiosk. However, you can see in plan here how that kiosk projects beyond the doors. It's got a little door here at the back that they enter from. There are opportunities in some of the back area of this vestibule where we have other reader boards, and we have two small rooms that can be used as ticket booths, if you will, mostly for will call. So until we really identify what the function of this might be, we're going to be restoring it. We'll get it back into shape, and then the door may just be closed, and then until, maybe in a special event they have a need for either a will call or tickets to be sold or something like that. We are going to make it operable so that it can be used in the future if they want it to be. Again, in the application, and we talked about this previously, we have these red rectangles that you see are poster boxes that are at the sides of the entranceway sitting in these locations. And we're going to keep the outer frame of the box because again, this is all bronze work around the panel, but we're going to use a digital signboard inside of that framework. So we'll have the decorative framework that will be restored and repaired, and then the digital sign will go inside of the boundaries determined by the framing in that area. And generally through the extent of the storefront, which is under the marquee, which is this hatched area up here, all of this material is all of this material, which is the extent here, is repairable. It can be brought back to useful life, and so we're going to do that in that area. The one place we are looking to make a change is this panel right here, just to the immediate left of the entranceway. In the elevation, you see it here. The space behind this part of the facade was once a retail space, and that retail space, essentially, here's the same window, occupied the entire corner of this little side building that's next to the main theater entrance. That space has now been reprogrammed as the box office, the real box office, with an entranceway and 3 ticket windows here. Slide down. So while we're keeping, we're going to take as many pieces of the original framing that we can, and we haven't yet been able to take this material off, but we believe there's salvageable material there. We would like to consolidate it in the framework in this area so that everything under the marquee has this decorative bronze facing on it and makes it a piece, and we'll align that with the edges of the marquee up above. Beyond that point, and we also have to reframe the glass to have the 3 ticket windows facing outward, so they can sell tickets if the theater's closed. They have the box office open. You don't have to go inside to buy tickets. Beyond this point, there is a door here, which we mentioned last time when you see this in plan. The original building had a chamfered corner. So this set of doors is going to come out of here and will be returned to the entrance that was on the corner. It's behind this stucco, quite frankly. We can see the framework from the inside. We don't see any original material there. But if we do find any, again, we'll do our best to keep it. So this entranceway is not connected with the box office where the access is coming here from the back. But here you see the counter for the 3 windows and a separate desk just for just a workspace for the people that would be in here. So then from this point, moving and coming around the corner in here, we would have a storefront. Right now we are looking at having it painted black, storefront material with clear glazing that would illuminate the uses that are back in here. And these tend to be access points for special guests, other working areas for the offices for the people that are working at the theater and whatnot. This is really not a patron space as, say, this is, where this is the main entrance into the theater. A little bit further on, I will show you catalog cuts of the storefront that we are proposing for this. But the thinking here was that since we're kind of coming back and putting this back in, we don't want to emulate the original material. We want that to stand on its own, which is why we'd like to consolidate it all under the marquee to the extent we can. And this will be a kind of less visual, just a normal aluminum storefront for like a retail space As I noted before, just painted black and with the appropriate hardware. But we're not going to try and make that a historic statement because we're basically changing everything there. We believe that there really isn't much of anything behind the stucco, and these doors that are currently there are not useful to us. This could become a very dark bronze color, but right now we're linking this part of the annex, is what we call this part of the building, this part of the annex, to the entrance that we're putting back down the alley that I showed you last time. Moving now to the north side of the building, which is really down the street here, heading back along the path where the path trains run. We've done a lot more work in these areas than before when we had any survey work done. We hadn't had any examinations done. All of that has been done. And I'm going to be showing you some details of sort of the suggested repairs and things like that. We have found areas of the facade where the brick has broken away from the backing material, the backing brick that was holding it. And so there is some areas, say it like in this area here, where the brick really needs to be opened up, drawn back a bit, and then kind of resealed again. These elements on the building that you see here, and I do have a photograph of it coming up, are terracotta. So on the sidewalls, this is a combination of brick repair as well as terracotta repair. Additionally, in this view, we wanted to speak to a new roof being put over the entire building. It's an EDPM roof. It's very flexible. It is a vaulted shape, and so we have a number of angles to deal with. That will go down to new leaders and whatnot. We actually had, in the big storm that went through a couple of months ago, we actually had internal failures of plaster when 2 rain leaders got clogged up and the water just built up and then it broke through finally. So that has all now been added to the repairs that we're going to be making inside the theater. But to make sure that doesn't happen again, all the roof leaders are being replaced, and the actual leaders themselves down through the building are being repaired if necessary. On this corner, on this side of the building, there is an old cooling tower that we are going to be removing. It is now in the site view from the sidewalk, but we're going to take that away and we're going to service the front of house in a different way mechanically. There is dunnage back here on the stage roof. From what had once been an existing water tower. The water tower is no longer there, so the dunnage will be removed. We are also rebuilding the existing fire stairs, which come from the upper balcony areas and whatnot, and some of these are attached to the grid. Come down here, and there's an exit going out to the south, and I'll show you that in a moment. But all of these fire stairs are being kept in place. They'll be repaired in place, and they'll be given new roof coverings to sort of protect them from the elements. We are looking at, in some areas where we have existing windows on this northern part of the building, at putting in new double hung windows, and then filling in, there are a few of these are louvers actually, and filling in the louvers with new ones for, that is a fresh air intake there. Here is one of the set here is a series of details that you see. First off, I can go over here actually. You can see the locations that have been notated for repair. This was all done by people who were sort of over the side of the building, sort of testing the terracotta, sounding the terracotta, testing the brickwork, looking for cracks, looking for damage that occurred. And from that, they created masonry stabilization types of repairs for cracks, for separation, for areas where the brick was pulling away, beginning to show how, these corners of the building, which tend to take a lot of damage, how they needed to be treated so that they had, a life moving forward that was coincident with what we're planning for on the interior of the building. So in essence, these techniques are taken all the way around the building for each one of the sides, and they become the correction, if you will, of all of the damage that's happened to the theater over time. Here is the photograph of that piece that I was just showing you. And you can see these are the terracotta bands, which sort of, decorate the side of the building and give you a sense of the rhythm of the structure of the building. Even up here at the top where we have the coping, the terracotta coping, and then the medallion sort of at the center of the archways below. I mean, all of these have been checked, as has piece right along here that's running where the cooling tower was, that's being removed. And then, by the way, here's the dunnage on top of the stage area that's also being removed on the west end of the building. And this actually is sort of on the building to the north of us. And then the facade, which is all the front facade, which is all terracotta, has been surveyed completely. We have digital drawings of sort of what that elevation looks like. What we're not showing right here yet is St. George and the Dragon. Those pieces of sculpture will be repaired. They were repaired once, so they're going to be repaired. We're going to take them down, sort of check them out, make sure everything is fine there, make any repairs that we need to. And the clock will be also in a similar way repaired so that it's actually a working clock at that point. You can see in this photograph some of the damage of the terracotta. A lot of the glazing has spalled off. And I mentioned the last time that we do have material that we can put onto the surface of the terracotta, and it will reseal the terracotta. So one of the materials that we use is by Edison Coatings. It's called Elastowall. It is a breathable acrylic polymer, which is very, very flexible. Once it's applied, it bonds to the subsurface that it's on. If that surface has been prepared correctly, then you have to basically get rid of all of the loose material, go back in, consolidate what you can, and then we put this material over the top of it. It's put on sort of like a paint. It stays supple, it doesn't get brittle, it doesn't crack. It actually bridges small openings and small cracks so that water can't penetrate the face of the terracotta. It's been used on buildings like the Guggenheim, the Argonaut in New York City, and then we used it at the King's to do exactly this kind of repair. And you can see on the drawing here where we are showing sort of the general areas that need to receive this treatment of having the glazing replaced by this surface material. You will find this information in the specifications. It's not going to say it on the drawings, but you'll find this information in the specifications of the project. It also is UV resistant, so it doesn't yellow and it doesn't fade. Now, here's one of the things that we do run into with this material. I mean, it can be made in different colors. There's not a problem doing that. There's not a lot of terracotta on the face of the building. I mean, it looks like it, but it's not a huge surface or a huge building that's all terracotta. In this instance, at the King's Theater, we had one color of this coating to put onto the building. When you really look closely at the terracotta itself, you will see, and some of this is just the coloration from the sun being on it, but you will see glazes that are different colors. Not on purpose, it's just the nature of how the terracotta is fired. So we will have, areas that may be a little bit darker or a little bit lighter than the terracottas there. The goal here is to select a color, do some mock-ups, and come up with a piece that fits the coloration of the building, if you will, the hue of the building most closely and in most areas. And then this is also crack repair if we're having to pin the terracotta back. And then if there's more extensive work, if the piece has just failed, we will be removing individual pieces and bringing back terracotta pieces to put back in their place. That treatment carries on to the south side of the building. This is not quite as ornate. This is the end of Magnolia Street coming down, and then there is a pedestrian easement for passageway all the way sort of down the alley out to JFK Boulevard. Here you see one of the steel stairs. It's actually not in terrible shape, but it's up at the top. It's not the best. It's not the best stair that I've ever been on. We will be repairing and replacing all of the steel that's corroded, all of the attachments, and then we will be doing a new top, a new steel top, galvanized steel deck top to the exterior stair, and then painting all of it so that the steel is protected. In this particular elevation, you see existing openings. When I last presented, we were presenting 2 large openings in this area to take material directly onto the stage. That paradigm has been changed, and we are not proposing to cut any new openings in this area of the building. These existing doorways will remain, and I'll get to this in a moment, but we are building a new annex on the back of the building, subject to an agreement being worked out with the owners of the property, a new 3-bay loading dock that will service the theater. Now, the building, the site behind us is being developed, and they are coming up with some plans, and we need to coordinate the plans that they have with the ones that we have for the loading dock and make sure that they work together. But what you see right here in the corner is be the southeast corner of the 3-bay loading dock that I'm about to show you. This material, well, let me hold off on that. I'll get into that in just a moment. So again, the documents talk about where repairs are required for the exterior of the building to close up the cracks so we don't have water penetrating the building, corroding the plaster work, corroding the steel that's holding it up, corroding the steel of the building itself. Moving basically from the back of the building here you see on the left-hand photograph up here to the front, towards the front, there is an annex building, an annex to the main building that was built after the main building was completed. Here in elevation, you see this sidewall that runs down the alley out to JFK. So there exists a building where the storefront stops. There exists a building today that started out as a 1-story building, and that was this part of the, zoom in on this a little bit. That was in this part of the building originally. And then the building was extended to the back and was built up a story higher. So what existed when we got to the building was basically this area. And at the time that we last presented to you, we thought this was a brick building, but it turns out that this part of the building is in essence stucco with a brick pattern imprinted on it on a CMU masonry backing wall. So it's not a brick building. This is a stucco building, which we are going to keep. And we are going to make the adjustments here and changes to close up this window. But as we discussed, we're going to emulate the stucco treatment here. The only thing that we are doing to the building that's there existing, and that is basically, just to back up for a moment, this piece here along this, that's this face, is we are going to raise the building slightly so that we have a full second floor because we are putting offices up in there. And we are also adding an elevator in plan, which gives us access to the mezzanine level in the lobby and the leading edge of the balcony in the theater. So this becomes, back along this wall, this becomes our point of accessibility for the theater. We are also building what we call the Alley Annex, which is an entrance vestibule to these doors. If you recall from the last time I showed you, this takes you in at the back part of the lobby, the main lobby space in the project. And I have a larger elevation here, which again, I zoom in. So here we have a brick structure. It's just a very simple piece. We have new doorways in this structure. These doors align with the doors that are in the existing building, and they constitute a second means of entrance, of bringing the audience into the venue. We calculated the flow of people. There's about 3,000 to 4,000 people in a given sold out show coming in the front doors, and felt very strongly that what was required to execute entry into the theater in a reasonable amount of time when people are standing outside, it might be inclement weather, is to have this entranceway, the little separate vestibule on the side of the building. And that is right here. That's the place that we're looking at. And what we see, this is one of the grand stairs inside the lobby. This is the wall to the house. You can see the seating is starting there. So this will take you right into the lobby space, where you can either proceed sort of over to where the merchandise and concessions areas are, or you can move into the theater itself. Here's an axon of sort of that construct, if you will. And if you recall from the first presentation, the emergency generator is being placed on the roof of this annex building. We have a decorative screen which wraps that generator. It will help baffle the sound, but then it also just is a vision barrier, if you will. You know, we'll be seeing the generator from the ground. There is a small canopy, glass and steel canopy over these doorways, just to keep some of the inclement weather off of the patrons that are waiting outside. And then this door leads into the elevator vestibule. So what we're seeing here is the override for the elevator, and that's this piece right here. Now the material for this part of the building is going to be brick. And when we looked at the photographs, we have a combination of both sort of this tan colored brick and the red brick up here. So you see the tan colored brick runs around sort of the base, and the red brick is up here on the upper part of the wall, and that goes all the way out. That comes all the way out to this area right here. So rather than kind of trying to be one or the other, and this is the same, the stucco is about the same color as the tan colored brick. We have chosen to go with this anchor gray velour brick. This is a Belkin piece for the annex building. It is just a normal brick, though. We're not using oversized brick or anything like that. And then here's a blow up of the pattern for the grill type that goes around the emergency generator. The storefront here, again, is a simple aluminum storefront, also black. Here you see it's just a simple tube piece for the framing. And then we have insulated glass for the doors. So this is going to help us thermally sort of at that entranceway. It's been said that when in the winter time, there's quite a wind effect, and it comes down and sort of just blows in whenever those side doors are open. So on a number of fronts, this piece can serve sort of a lot of different purposes for us for the theater, as well as being an entranceway to the elevator. So again, this is a stucco. We're going to use stucco up at the top just to match that, because it's such a small piece that we're adding on. This becomes the real brick that I just showed you. And then this is the patterned screen that hides the emergency generator. those are the basic elements that we're working with on this part of the building. Are there any questions about any of the material that I've gone through up to this point?
Just a quick question. The metal screen that's gonna cover the backup generator, what color is that gonna be?
So that's going to be a lighter gray color. We're using black for the entrances, just to call them out a little bit more clearly. But I don't really want to have that much of a sort of really dark screen. So I'm tending towards sort of just a lighter warm gray, something akin to the brick, if you will. Perhaps a little softer than that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just real quick, sorry.
Oh, sure. Oh, no, go ahead.
Because I'm sort of reviewing the materials that were posted in parallel, and some of this looks more updated than the drawings that I have. Can Maggie, can you confirm that either this presentation has been uploaded and I just missed it, or otherwise we should note some of the discrepancies?
Yeah, sorry. I think we were intending to send this on to Maggie later on today. There were some additional pieces sort of when we finally got the specifications that we wanted to have in this presentation to be able to show to you. And I asked for more development on some of these drawings so it would be clearer when we made the presentation. So this presentation does update the one that you have, and my apologies that you don't have it.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Austin. We're just gonna have to mark this then, right? So this would be B1. Are we gonna mark the whole presentation?
I think we should. I think we have to, right?
Yeah, I think
I would, yeah.
Okay, so let's mark the whole thing as B1. And Gary, I would love a copy of this in my inbox as soon as physically possible.
It will be. It will be.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to mark that B1? That's usually a board exhibit, or did you?
Oh, no, I meant A1.
A1, okay, this will be A1.
It was too early in the night for me to be messing that up.
A1, thank you.
All right, thank you for calling that out, Austin.
Yes, thank you, Austin. I should have mentioned it at the beginning. And that was my omission. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the loading bay. And again, I just want to point out, this has to be done in cooperation with the property owners. The main reason for that, as I explained at our first meeting, is the property line for the theater runs it's approximately 15 feet off the back wall, 12 to 15 feet. So there is this small yard, and currently the theater does load in through a doorway that's here onto the stage. But what we have been looking at as of late is really a true loading dock, which can house 3 semis in an enclosed, and this doesn't look enclosed at that point, but we've worked all of this out, in an enclosed loading area, so that the activities that are happening when they're pulling all the stuff off the trucks or when they're bringing it and putting it on the trucks will be in an enclosed box, trying to be sensitive to the residences that are, sort of just right across the alley from it. We have studied the turning radii required to get these trucks out. In fact, I think I've got enough. Well, that doesn't quite show it either, but we have more technical drawings that show these trucks and how they leave and how they maneuver to get in, where they come in, they pull up here, and then they back up, and then they sweep back into the load area. That's the reason they're somewhat at an angle right now. And the facilities that are enclosed here in the building is basically a dock with a ramp that comes down into an opening that we will put at the back of the theater. That will have it will be put right at stage level. So off of this dock, once they come off the truck, they come down the ramp and they come into directly onto the stage. There is also an elevator which can take the material down to the basement. There are 2 levels of basement that we're using below the stage level. All of this is fairly utilitarian. It's a steel structure, and we are looking at enclosing it with a ground face block, which is a smooth finish, and it has a tone that's very similar to the Annex Alley Annex brick that I showed you. It's a little bit darker. What you're seeing here is an elevation of this side of the loading area. And when the adjacent property is developed, we expect all, if not most of this to be interior to that development. So the way the plans are set up now, we have the block here, the ground face block across the north elevation. And then if you recall that, here's the corner that I was showing you earlier. It comes around, we have a large doorway here, but the framework of the building around that doorway is the same block, sort of closing that off. So it's a relatively finished looking material, but it's not terribly expensive because it's all basically going to be pretty much hidden when the other development is done. These areas obviously have a tremendous amount of use. There's a lot of trucks going in, coming out. That entire movement of those vehicles, as we have noted in presentations to some of the planning commissions, is a managed program where there are people out there watching the trucks, guiding the trucks, warning pedestrians, taking care of all the things that need to happen while these trucks move in and out. So we also have trash facilities, and then we can park a bus that usually the talent arrives in a bus, and then they would come up and come through this zone to get into the dressing rooms that are downstairs in the theater proper. So this is a sort of a smaller piece that's now added onto the back of the theater. As we continue forward, we're learning more and more about the development plans on this site every day. We're incorporating that information. We are responding to that information. We understand there has to be a lot of coordination to make this work and for their loading to work for them. So we do maintain at all times, however, the 10-foot easement, which is the pedestrian walkway from residences, which are over here off to the west, coming out to the east, out to JFK Boulevard. This is our preferred loading situation. It is the most efficient. It is the most, for the shows, much easier for them to be able to load into something like this than the smaller, fewer bays that we were showing previously. And that pretty much is sort of all of the changes that we're looking at on the exterior of the building, the places where we are making significant repairs, and then, decorative elements like the marquee, where we really want to sort of, like, again, emulate the image that the original marquee had. It's just much more in keeping with the building itself. Those are some of the materials that we're using. And I can have Maggie, when we send you the material, we'll send you a cut on the block so that you have that as well.
I have a quick question. Can you get, and I'm just curious, that area where this loading dock is proposed, that area is currently a part of that parking garage, correct?
It is. The parking garage is scheduled to be demolished.
Okay, because I was wondering, and where do the trucks go in and out? At the south end of this?
At the south end, yes. They sweep out into the alley through here and then make their way out to Magnolia. Let's see. Yes, they can sweep. Again, we've done these diagrams over and over and over, but they come out here. There is a part of the property across the alley that is a part of land off of Magnolia that is going to be transferred over to the use for the theater to help get these trucks out past this point. And then there are a few utilities. I'm sorry, I don't have the civil drawings with me, but there are a few utilities here that need to be relocated. There's one telephone pole, and I believe there's a fire hydrant that we're also relocating.
Gary or Frank, maybe just for the benefit of the board, if you guys could just like clearly show where the property line is and what the land that you guys are talking about, just to make sure everyone's on the same page here.
You mean give you a diagram of that, or do you want to see it?
I mean,
right
I
now?
think you
this
have it
one,
right on the plan. Yeah, Gary, if
Yeah.
you can just point out the property line between the loading bay and the theater property.
Sure, sure. So it follows the north wall. And then the property line runs right here. It's this dark line with the 2 dots. That's the property line. And then it turns here at the alley and it comes up the side through here. I'm sorry, it's here. It comes up through here and then comes back out. And the easement is sort of sitting on top of that. So
You may have already-
basically, anything back here, anything, basically to the left of this line is lot 808 off of Pravonia, and that's where the garage is. Now, and like I said, that's scheduled to be taken down.
Well, and then just for the record, that is, neither the redeveloper nor the city have any control over that property. It's privately owned, and they're currently in discussions with that property owner with regards to incorporating this loading bay scenario in the redevelopment of that property.
That is correct. I mean, hence this doesn't happen without the cooperation between the 2 properties.
So I have a question in pertaining to that. If the current parking garage property owner denies you any kind of usage or easement or agreement to use that space, do you guys have a plan B for being able to load stuff, or will you return to the original, through the back door like you're doing now?
So we do have actually several plans. There is a way to use this yard, but it's only 1 truck at a time, which is what they do now. Just that the frequency and size of the shows that would be coming to the renovated theater would be larger and have more trucks. There is, and this is a little bit older here, but there is the idea of sort of coming and having 2 trucks line up here and pointing up towards Magnolia. With lifts that would go from the bed of the truck down to the stage level. This, however, we've been working on this for a long time now, and just continuing discussions have been going on between the owners of the property here and the theater developers. We are scheduled to receive an update here in the next day or 2 to kind of see some of the thoughts that they have. They've had this information and they've been working with this information. So, like I said, I mean, with the cooperation of the developer of lot 808, which encompasses the garage itself, this is the plan that we would want to have permission to execute. We don't know anything about their timing for development, so we made it basically as finished a piece as we thought we could, in case it's standing there by itself for a while.
All right, so the other question I had is, does this annex building that you are negotiating the space, is that footprint the entire footprint of the lot 808 that you're discussing?
No, not at all. I'm sorry, I don't have the full footprint with me, but it's about 4 times as long as this area here. Approximately. It's a very long, deep, narrow lot.
I think we should move on because this portion is not under their control. It's not something we're going to be able to finalize tonight, and we shouldn't be looking at plans A, B, or C. That might be something where they have to come back in the future for us when things are finalized with the neighboring property or not, and an alternative has to be made. But we're already an hour into this, and we're not even halfway through the presentation. I don't have a problem with that. This is a very important building, but I don't want to get bogged down on something that we're not going to be able to figure out and finalize tonight. So if we can maybe just move on to the next portion, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So that is the interior. Now there are again, what I'd like to do is follow that kind of path, that tour that we took previously, update you on the finishes, on the fixtures that we're looking at putting in, on changes that we're looking at making. And we've incorporated into the documentation sort of a number of details, but there are, literally hundreds of them. And I want to be able to hit the areas that are really important, that constitute most of the work that's going to be done in the main lobby and in the theater itself. So acknowledging that, a couple of photos just again of the lobby, both looking out towards JFK and then sort of back in towards the theater. The wall, which you see right here in these entranceways, that is the back wall of the theater proper. We refer to this level, which wraps this entire room. It comes sort of around the side and then down here into a lounge area, which is out over the entry vestibule, and then back. It's a mezzanine level. And it has a direct connection to the loge seating that is at the balcony. One of the things that we spent some time talking about last time, and we wanted to clarify, or we wanted to reiterate, there are a number of concession areas that have been planned for the venue. This is a very important part to the operational pro forma of the venue. Most people don't really think about it too much, quite honestly, but virtually all of the value of the ticket goes to the performers and to the presenters and whatnot. So most houses have to live on, they may have some part of that ticket, but most of them have to live on sales they can make for concessions. I did show this image the last time we were here to show you an example of a bar which was built and inserted into a lobby space. This is painted millwork. And at the top, we have a solid form material. It's not marble or granite or anything like that, but it's designed to be more durable and more serviceable over time. As you can see, it's very open. There's an area for accessible service to patrons in wheelchairs. There are some elements which emulate the architecture of the space, but they don't really touch the wall. These are just storage areas and display areas. And then there are the points of sale, which are the most important part of the exercise. In the lobby space, with the entrance doors off to the right here, we envision a long low bar similar to this one, except curved to allow us kind of back of bar space to be able to then serve patrons kind of out here along the front edge. At one time, there was a concern that somehow there was going to be a large menu board pinned up against the wall. That menu board is really going to be a monitor, which is built up either out of the floor on a separate post or is connected, depending if we move it to either end, connected to the bar itself. And that will be the location for the menu board. It can also show, because it's digital, it can also show different, coming attractions and things like that. But we are not going to be touching this wall with any permanent construction, anything like that. Perhaps some equipment pieces go back there, but that's it. The solid surface makes, like, again, a very durable surface. And then basically it's a painted wood fascia, much as this is. And we look to keep the style of it very simple. We're not trying to create a competing piece to the architecture and the historic nature of the room. There is a large bar such as this, but then there's going to be a series of smaller ones that do get placed around the entire public spaces of the venue. If I can get this. So here is the lobby. Down in this lower left-hand or lower right-hand corner is the key plan. Here is the front door. Here is the lobby. And this curved bar that you see in plan enlarged is happening right here where the blue arrow is. So we're just kind of after you come in the entry vestibule. That's what we've planned for for the main bar. There, as I said, a number of so it's kind of, I'm going to just go back for a moment. The curvature of that bar really kind of sits right in here, if you will. But it has no more connection to what's going on behind it than these elements do here. There are other smaller places where we would put in the lobby space, we would put in some smaller bars. They tend to be just these kind of single unit pieces. There's only a couple of points of sale. They're movable. We can just roll them around. And again, they are millwork. This is a more natural stained finish. We are going to be painting these elements as opposed to staining them in the mahogany. Here is the plan. Again, the entranceway through the vestibule. There's the kiosk that was out front. Here's the curved bar that I was showing you just a moment ago. And these are the locations that we have designated as appropriate for the placement of these portable bars. They can be there, they can go away. It all depends on the show. It depends on the clientele. It depends on the patrons, how operations decides to set this up. There is no infrastructure to them, so we're not cutting through walls or floors or anything like that. We simply need some wireless data and power for the points of sale. We do have a merchandise bar, which sits in an area of passage that there generally aren't very many people. This is the main staircase, one of the main staircases, but you come to this direction and you start going up here, and then it leaves you sort of up here at the mezzanine level. So this is relatively clear for circulation. And this would be a built-in piece that would sit sort of right in front of the side of the stair, if you will. This is just another version of those. This is at the Paramount Theater in Charlottesville. Again, stylistically, it's a little closer to the style of the venue, but in my view, probably a little bit much for Lowe's Jersey. But again, these will be painted pieces of millwork. And again, the locations sort of in areas where we're not really hindering traffic of people kind of lining up and whatnot. We do have a special piece chosen for the musicians gallery out here. But at this point in time, all of these galleries are open to the public, as is this lounge. You do see here the elevator that I was showing you. This is the Annex building, the Alley Annex building. Here's the elevator. It comes up and discharges sort of out here to the walkway. So it's very simple, very straightforward. We don't really have to touch much of the original material at all. This is, by the way, a doorway that's already in the wall. And we're just going to be reusing that doorway. Relative to some of the changes that we talked about when we were last here with you was this area right here where we have men's room, a women's room, and we have various lounges. There is also a fountain type element that was originally in place. And we were looking at changing configuration of some of these things to increase the potential usage of some of the lounge rooms. I did point out in the last meeting that we are expanding the restroom areas themselves, but these areas are under the sloped balcony floor. So we pick up a few extra toilets in the men's room, a few extra toilets in the women's room, just to increase capacity from what was there originally. Our plan currently is to, and this is, I just want to give you a shot. Here's a historic view of what the men's lounge looked like. This particular space is in terrific condition. There is some repair work to be done at the millwork on the walls, and a little bit of plaster damage that needs to be taken care of. But by and large, it's in beautiful condition. and we'd be keeping it just very much the same as it is. Here in the women's room, you can see it's vastly different from what was previously there. The scope of the project right now is to reinsert some of the paneling type effect for the lounge itself, so that we don't have these large blank walls. And we'll do that sort of with a millwork. And then, if we can, well, I'll talk about the damask patterns here in a moment, but you can see it used to be quite ornate and is relatively plain now. And we'd like to bring some of this back to the space. But the nice thing is that the fireplace is there, and there are pieces there that are very strong and can be rehabilitated. We will, be reintroducing sconces and things like that into these rooms to give them the character that they had originally. So one of the things that we were working on here is creating, having a door to enter this space as opposed to just leaving it open to the general lobby area outside. And I'll move back to the outer plan so I can show you that just in its context momentarily. And then creating an opening into a space, turning it from a kind of more of a makeup room into a washroom. The actual entrance into this space would come off the mezzanine foyer through a set of openings that are existing, but they would have new doorways. And here you see elevations, for instance, elevation B, the entry to the lounge. Sort of each one of these red arrows corresponds with an elevational view here inside the lounge itself. I said I'd go back and just to show you that in context of the overall plan. What we're looking at is sort of basically this area right in here. And so here is, for instance, a niche that's existing, and we're just going to be repairing that, and we'll get to the decorative plaster work and painting momentarily. But again, sort of that entrance would come sort of off the mezzanine foyer through this opening and then into the women's washroom area and the area of the water closets. There is a secondary entrance. If this space were in use, say a group had it for a pre-show activity or something like that, this could be closed off, and then there's an entranceway which goes through the existing coat room. We keep all of the door openings the same width that they are, and it's important to say that because they are all cased openings, and we're not changing any of that. So the doors that we are adding, or the doors that we are putting into place into existing openings, will fit within that opening, and we won't be changing it at all in terms of the millwork that's there. So anytime that happens where there is an existing opening, that opening stays as it is, and we put the doors into that position.
Gary, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
What will be happening to the telephone booth area?
Telephone booth area is right here.
Yep.
And it's staying as it is. I mean, we'll be doing restoration work, repair work on it. But we're not changing the telephone booth. The entrance to the secondary, or in case this is in use, the primary entrance to the washroom is further down the hallway to where a coat closet is. And there's one change here in that the coat closet has its typical double Dutch style of doorway, where it's split in half.
Oh, yeah.
We would just be putting a regular door there, a door with a single panel of, we're actually using glass in those doorways, and we will either treat the glass, or one consideration, which is very strong, is use a red drapery behind the glass just for privacy issues. But the telephone booth is right here.
So what will that space be used for, or will it just be a restored, visual?
It'd be a restored visual. I mean, it can be used. I'm sure the operators decide to put it into place. I mean, it could be used for making cell phone calls and things like that. I mean, we're not changing the nature of it at all, but how it gets used operationally, we just want to make it a place that you actually could go in and sit down and make a telephone call.
Okay, thank you.
I think we're gonna break. Maybe this is actually a good time to take a 5-minute break, unless Gary, unless you think you can be done in like 10 minutes or so. But if not, I think maybe this is a good time for just a 5-minute recess.
I think we should go ahead and take that recess simply because we have a lot to talk about in terms of the decorative finishes and the painting techniques and whatnot. To the extent that you have questions about that, I want to be able to go through it in some level of detail.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute recess now. It's 8:26 and we'll come back maybe 8:31 or so. Okay, Gary. Okay, so it's 8:32. We're restarting the meeting. Gary, you can continue from where we left off.
Okay, thank you. So just a look at the women's washroom. Historically, that was a makeup room, sort of stood outside of the restroom proper, I guess, if you will. And you can see sort of in the historic photograph, there was a level of detail which is now missing, such as the scroll work kind of here in the different panels. I'm over on the left-hand photograph. We would seek to, restore some of that back and put that back in so that we don't have the large kind of blank walls that we're looking at in the present to each one of these surfaces, that make up the octagon. And, much of what was done in there was done with furnishings, the stools, these little tables. So we don't have any of these pieces clearly, but what we do have is we do have the decorated frieze up above, the pilasters in a black marble, as well as the wainscot. And all of that is reflected in the elevations that you see up above at the top of the sheet. And these elevations do correspond with A, B, C, D, the red arrows on the plan over here on the right. So for instance, there was a discussion about the symmetry of the space and how might that be maintained when in our original proposal, we were not maintaining that symmetry. Here we are able to, with a doorway at the A elevation. Again, we're leaving the opening, and so we're fitting a doorway into it. And then again at the D elevation, where we are fitting a door into that opening, but again, leaving the casing, the millwork that's there because it's nicely detailed. So here you see a little more clearly kind of the vestibule entrance coming in off of the mezzanine foyer in plan. We are making that a washroom, and you can see in the elevations, again, the solid surface material, which can be given a bit of a profile, a bit of detail around the edges to make it not replicate what was there, but to fit into the space a little more compatibly. And this would actually, be a much more functional room at that point. Again, allowing a higher level of use of the entire complex there at the mezzanine floor.
Gary, I have a question for you before
yes.
you move on.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Can you elaborate the doors that you are showing that you are adding into this women's washroom appear to be very modern glass, like storefront type of a door. And can you show us, number one, I'm confused about the door, why it looks that way in this historic application. And I'm also would like you to show us where in this room you are adding these doors, if possible.
So the openings exist.
Okay.
And they are cased with metal frames that have been painted to look like wood.
Okay.
we are looking for a door that is clearly distinct and different from the from the highly detailed doors that we do have in the venue. We're looking for a door that does say this is an addition to the space and it was not sort of the original component. Right now, I think the composition of the doors probably needs a little bit more work. We were looking at doors with aluminum styles and things like that. Again, and then having glass in the doors as a matter of transparency and emulating the fact that this opening was just an opening and it wasn't a door at all. There's a little bit too much going on there right now. So we were continuing to work these details, but the material I think is appropriate for the use. And we can find a way then to soften the profiles and edges with pieces that we can add on to the framework.
And what was the reason again for adding doors here when there weren't any originally?
So it really, let me just go back a little bit. It really goes to
I'm a little confused about the whole area that you're closing off, and you kind of went through that rather quickly. And these are really important areas.
They are, I agree, yes. Let's see, I just want to find the right plan here. Do this, let me simply expand this plan a bit. So here we are on the second floor, if you will, the mezzanine level. We have come up the stairs. We're here sort of at the landing in the mezzanine foyer. The central sort of element in this entire space is what used to be a fountain.
Correct.
The fountain's no longer there. We're looking at the
or whatever
place to restore that, yeah. And this niche, this large niche with the fountain, is flanked by two smaller niches, but then there are similar openings here and here, one that served the men's room, one that served the women's room, as pathways off of the mezzanine foyer. This room has the potential to be put into service on different kinds of shows. I mean, it can do a number of different things. One, it can be put into service as a room that a group might want to rent before a show, let's say, and have, drinks with their friends or something like that in that area. It also, we wanted to make it so that it could just stay open and serve the same function that it did originally, that being the pathway for women to come in and come into the restroom. In order to be able to do that here and use this in different ways at different times for different groups, what we wanted to do was to sort of make this entranceway and this entranceway a bit more controlled and establish another way to get to the women's room. And that, what we've done is sort of down here through the coat closet. So we have if this room were, say, to be rented for a pre-show event, this would still be accessible. The women's washroom and toilet room would still be accessible off of the mezzanine foyer through the washroom and then into the area where the water closets are. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to expand the functionality and the availability of the different spaces in the venue that the operators can use to generate revenues for the theater. I mean, this goes to creating a venue which is more resilient, has a longer life, is more stable in terms of its ability to respond to different requests from the patrons. And so it's the same reason as sort of adding the concessions areas. They're critically important to the operations of the venue. And finding special spaces like this that people can just spend time in smaller groups or in groups we've just found that to be a very, very important facility to have in buildings like this.
Okay, so then I just have one last question to wrap up this lounge area. So basically, once that happens, will the lounge then be the former women's lounge? Will that then be closed off to the general public unless someone requests the use of it?
If nobody requested the use of it, we would see that it would be open and be the pathway to the women's washroom, as it always was.
I have a question about that. I understand that there's potential for value of that space to the operators for private functions, but I mean, realistically, people need to queue there.
Agreed.
I mean, I don't understand, like, where will women be queuing to use the restroom if they don't have the lounge? Will the mezzanine be just like, a bunch of people waiting in line?
Well, I mean, it depends on, that goes to the reason that we're increasing the number of water closets to cut down on the queues that form. In different kinds of presentations, different kinds of events that are held in the theater, you have different requirements of these support facilities. For instance, if it's a music presentation, that crowd tends to, it's not like there's an intermission there. That crowd tends to get up at any time during the evening, go to either to the concessions areas or to the restrooms or things like that. That just happens automatically. In the type of performances where there is a show that has an intermission, you would have people then sort of going to the washrooms in a larger crowd. However, what we've done is we've created new centers for washrooms. For instance, down in the basement, we've added very, very large facilities for both men and women. And a lot of the crowd that now would come here and sort of be waiting in line will go downstairs instead, down to that level. And you can take the elevator down to it, or you can walk down the stairs. We've improved both of those pathways. So we're a little bit out of context of how the entire center works, to be looking at sort of the pieces like this. But what we try to do is improve all of the facilities in a very significant way, virtually doubling the number of units of lavs and water closets and whatnot that are available to people, so that we don't have those problems in the venue.
I just concur with Commissioner Gunther about being that the new entrance that you have created for the women's washroom through the coat closet is kind of right off the main staircase. I could see how that could be a area of lots of people and confusion and traffic, foot traffic. And it could tend to get overcrowded in a large, if there's a large thing happening, a large venue operation or event happening.
And one of the things that we look at with the operators, both the folks at HSB and the folks at Friends of Lowe's, is, what do their programs require, and what is the frequency at which those kinds of events might occur, and have we sufficiently provided facilities to help alleviate those conditions. So, I mean, I understand. You're right. I mean, this is looking for a way to do the most that we can with the spaces that we have. And this was just one facility that stood out as being, we were able to come up with a solution that makes it viable to have a pre-show or post-show event there.
I still see it as being an area of concern, but let's move on.
Okay. So I think this is where we were. There is at the mid balcony level, which is sort of one level above what we were just looking at, there is a lounge space. Right now it's divided off by walls and is actually kind of a separate room, but it was once across, if you can see where my cursor is, it was a cross aisle that went from house left here on across to house right. It is an area where we could establish, again, concessions areas and whatnot for the people that are further up in the balcony. And here you see a plan which behind this opening in the wall, creating concession service at 2 locations, here and here. So this spot and this spot relative to this plan that begins to serve people that would be out in a open, the furniture would be far less a part of it. And then people would be able to come here and reach concessions areas, and whether food is to be served, light food is to be served and drinks are to be served, they would have service at that upper level without having to come down out of the balcony sort of into the lower level amenity spaces. Very carefully inserting openings in these panels, as we had demonstrated at the Kings in the last presentation, being able to sort of have service back into these areas and make use of the space that's under the sloping balcony to the benefit of the theater. So here we see it in elevation, the first opening and then the second opening. Everything else stays as it is, honestly, and all of the work happens behind the wall. So we do have a mechanized closure panel for these 2 facilities so that they can be shut down. If, say, it's going to be a small crowd and the balcony's not open, they can shut these down and have a secure concessions area behind. And that's what this detail is right here. Casing the opening as the other opens are cased in millwork, and then a unit where a screen drops down behind the wall. A similar treatment up at the very back of the seating, at the very, very back of the upper balcony. There is a space available, again, sort of through the paneled wall. We're able to have a concessions area, storage areas to either side of it. But these people, this unit can give service to the people that are all the way up at the furthest part of the balcony, away from the stage, again, without them coming down into the lower concessions areas. Very unusual to have this kind of space, but we thought we'd take advantage of it, sort of create a service bar here. Again, one that can be closed down with a similar screen or same screen as we had in the level below when it's not in use. And here you can see the opening proportion to the panels that are up there between the pilasters. So we're opening up one longer bar top there. And that's where they'll be able to service the entire upper level of the balcony. And these are just some of the upper level changes that we've been making. Did want to show you, and actually this is a harder drawing, but I did want to show you the tiering of the floor at the orchestra level. And here you have a plan view of it, and here you have a axonometric projected view. This is the back wall of the theater. And then these are all separate tiers that are entered in a general admissions performance. So this is basically people standing for the entire performance, and they just fill these tiers, which are set up to give sight lines over the people that might be standing in front of you. And here you see in plan, kind of, these are platforms that are put in to make these tiers 15 feet deep. And between each set, there's a small set of stairs where you step down and step down and step down until you reach the original floor. So this is an overbuild to the floor. All of this is built on top of the floor, which is there. And that's demonstrated here, where between these two heavy black lines, that's the original floor slope. And then this is the floor that would be poured in concrete here. And we would use platforms to provide seating and whatnot in those areas if we weren't in the standing configuration. And here you see the entire section from the back, sort of on down to the stage. This accommodates a lot of the music program that is planned for the venue. These kinds of shows are very attractive to groups. There are large crowds. It's a very active space. There are large young crowds, and it's a very active space. There are several examples of them in the area. This will be one of the larger versions of that kind of presentation. Any questions?
Just for clarification, for each tier, there's a white band and a gray band. Is that a riser that splits them, or what's the distinction between the two colors?
Yes, the gray band is a set of risers. They're platform pieces that get stored below, down in the basement where they're not in use. And then the white section is the concrete tier itself. So it is designed so that it can go into a theater mode where the rows are sort of basically 3 feet apart from each other. And we have a portable seating that goes on, on those smaller, those 3-foot tiers. So in any given 15-foot section, we can get 5 rows of seating.
So, sorry, just trying to understand. So in this, what you're showing now, the gray and the white are coplanar, correct?
Yes, they are. They are coplanar. Yes, that is correct.
The gray can sink down or come up, and
the gray can be yes, the gray can be moved, and if you move it in a reverse orientation, and then you can get 5 3-foot deep rows in the 15, what is now showing as a 15-foot tier.
Thank you.
Okay. So I think we showed these previously. These are some historic theaters that we've done that have taken advantage of the preservation tax credits. They're fully certified programs. The first is the Cincinnati Music Hall, which is the home of the symphony and the ballet and the opera in Cincinnati. And then King's Theater, which is more of a music room right now, does some theater. You can just see that as the tiering is done, the nature of the room still retains a kind of a theatrical presence, if you will. The King's is interesting because, again, it's really the sister theater to Lowe's Jersey. And many of the motifs that are present and patterns that are present in Lowe's Jersey also come out at the King's as well. So we just wanted to give you kind of an idea of what it looks like when it's all finished. I want to talk a little bit about the scope of interiors work with some fabrics and whatnot. And then I want to talk a little bit about the painting and the plaster work. There's a number of damask wall coverings in the theater. Many of them are damaged, many of them are old. We are working to identify those that we can clean and reuse. We do believe there are some of them. But at the same time, we had to look for a new material that we could put in areas where we don't have the original fabric to cover the wall panels. So this is just a mock-up, if you will, from a company that does this. This is a sample of a woven fabric covering. We've seen 2 solutions to this. One is to do the woven fabric wall, in a damask pattern. And you can see they were able to use, we fortunately had a sample of the original. They were able to use that in beginning to work out the design for the replacement material. The coloration is off a little bit. It needs a little bit of, fine tuning and whatnot, but they're very, very close on the pattern because they were able to sort of utilize the proportions and whatnot from the original piece of fabric. We would look at a second type of installation where on a printed background, we would be able to have the same pattern, but it wouldn't be a fabric. It would be a digitally printed sheet. And the intention would be to use the fabric materials at places where the panels are lower and closer to the patrons. And then when you get up into the higher reaches of the theater, go to the printed material. It's more durable than the fabric, but it's also so far away that you don't have to have the high level of detailing that people like to have, to feel when they're walking by the panels. We're fortunate enough to have a sample of the historic carpet. And that was Colin sort of unveiling it to us. And this is a real find because we often just don't find the original material. We have been working with two separate companies. Georgina, do you want to talk a little bit about this, the two companies that you've been speaking to?
Oh, yes. So we're looking at two approaches to the carpet, just because obviously cost is always a concern, and we need to kind of develop things in parallel. But the one carpet we're looking at is a woven carpet, which would be an 80% wool, 20% nylon mix. And that's basically an Axminster carpet, which is the same approach that the historic carpet, how the historic carpet was produced. It's a Axminster carpet that's woven. So we're trying to replicate that truly with colors and the same approach that was used historically, obviously with slightly more updated machinery. But then the other carpet is an overprinted carpet, which is basically where they print on top of a nylon base, basically. But it's a commercial hospitality carpet that they use in, casinos and hotels. So it's very durable and it performs well, but it's just a slightly, it's not the woven carpet that we saw historically. And in fact, that overprinted carpet, for those of you who have toured the Kings, is what we ended up using there. And so I don't know, you can see the photos. It looks the same, and it performs pretty well. It doesn't have necessarily the same lifespan that the woven carpet has. So anyway, so we're exploring both options, and we'll see where we end up. But we wanted to make sure that we had them both developed in parallel to review with Jersey City staff once we get them developed. And basically at the moment, so these samples that you're seeing are early ones that we did before we were aware that Colin had this great sample. And so we actually have the sample, it's been shipped to each of the mills. And so they're able to now really analyze it, measure the pattern, get the colors right. And so we're waiting for that. It's at the first mill now, it's going to the second mill at the end of this week. And so we're waiting for those next round of samples, which we're hoping to get sometime latter part of next week. So this is just, it's all in process, and it's exciting. We're excited that we've got the original to actually compare to.
And we would use this in what locations, Georgina?
So
General circulation locations?
The historic carpet will go in basically pretty much where it was historically. So it'll be in the Oval where you come in the Grand Lobby, in all those, the Orchestra foyer, mezzanine foyer, up the Grand Stair, down the side aisles into the Orchestra, and then up into the aisles and cross aisles as you get into the lower balcony, mid balcony, and upper balcony. And then in the sort of newer areas that we're developing that Gary was talking about, like that lower lounge basement space that was not a finished space historically that we're now having as a finished space. We're going to put in, you know, a high grade carpet, but it won't be this historic carpet. It'll be something that's complementary because we want to be able to distinguish that that was not a historic space, but it is still, you know, a grand front of house space. So it'll be some, we haven't developed that carpet quite yet, but it will be something, you know, that maybe takes cues from the historic one, but is clearly differentiated as a more contemporary space with its own carpet. And so that's kind of the approach that we're showing there.
Yeah, important to recognize the original areas and the areas that haven't been changed from the new ones. But that's great. Thanks. Perfect. And then, well, since you're on, Georgina, you want to just go ahead and finish up with the panels?
This is just looking at the side walls of the auditorium. These are we're calling these the windows at the balcony, and then the orchestra loggia at the organ chambers at the closer to the proscenium. And the approach here is we're looking at obviously restoring the draperies and lambrequins that are you know, enclosing these openings, but then the layer behind them is going to be a sheer, we've been looking at the historic photos, it was like a sheer fabric that was there, and that'll be sort of illuminated so it kind of shimmers. It's going to be a sort of cream colored organza in these upper balconies and a more of a burgundy organza in the organ chambers. And then in the balcony on the wall behind that is going to be an acoustic panel that you actually won't really see visibly because the scrim will, the shimmer fabric will obscure it, but that will be where the absorption, you know, the acoustical absorption is happening. And then on the orchestra level, which you can't actually see so clearly in these photos, but there's a series of panels along both house right and house left and the rear of the balcony of the orchestra level, and those are going to be acoustic panels that are wrapped with fabric, and that fabric will be digitally printed to match that damask fabric that we were looking at earlier. So it's going to be acoustically transparent version of that fabric. So it's its own thing a little bit, but it will be digitally printed to match that pattern. And we have done that on a number of projects, and it's actually interesting. It's pretty successful. And if anyone's interested, I can send you examples on where we've done it on other projects, just so you can see. But the hope is, again, we're in the process of developing both the digital fabric and the digital wall covering that Gary was talking about earlier. And again, the hope would be to share that with staff at one of our next mock-up reviews or on-site meetings.
Great, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good stuff. So that's the fabrics. One of the things we wanted to talk about, and this is really kind of the last major topic, is the extent and scope of rehabilitation work and replacement work that goes on inside the theater, specifically looking at the finishes for the plaster and the paint. These photos are from the King's Theater. We just wanted you to have a sense of sort of how chaotic it gets and what it takes to sort of really restore a room like this. Even when you're working to save as much detail as you possibly can. So this, obviously we're finishing up kind of this area on the left, but the scaffolding, you know, it gets built right up to the edge of the, as high as we possibly can, a full floor to be able to get to the highest regions of the room. And then as we come further down the walls, the artisans are sort of, you know, working with a normal scaffolding to reach all of these areas as the walls come down and get down to the lower levels. We do have mock-ups that are now being put in place of the various techniques that we're going to speak about here in just a moment. I'll say this has been one of the more complicated schemes that we have had to work out because, well, for one thing, we're trying to save and conserve as much original material as possible. And we do mean that in all earnest, because the more we can save, the less that we have to spend money on sort of correcting, repairing, rebuilding. So the photograph that you see here in the orchestra foyer, this is actually the violet colored tape there is actually showing a couple of different things, but it's in the ceiling is one of the areas where we believe the highest level of conservation can occur, and really just do things with a cleaning. So in general, the general approach is you start with a vacuuming of all surfaces to try and remove any loose materials, dust, dirt, whatever there might be there. Come back with the first wash of the decorated material with an ammonium citrate. A number of these compounds exist. They're very good at cutting through dirt and grease and things like that without damaging the original finish. And sort of moving from that to really taking a close look at the metallic leaf, which is so much of the gilding in the space. Looking at it, generally that material is just like an aluminum sheet, a very thin aluminum sheet, and it's treated with different colors, amber colors or shellac to give it the golden appearance. But some areas that are going to be conserved will get a second cleaning with a gelled enzyme, a conservation gelled enzyme, to remove even more of the deterioration that's taken place on the metallics. Once all of that is finished, all of the surfaces get resaturated with a acryloid solution that basically consolidates the friable coatings, any damage light damage that might still be in place, so that you really have the original finishes shining through. Now, in this particular case, we have come up with, working with Evergreen Architectural Arts, come up with 5 different levels of treatment. And these levels stand next to each other. So when doing the mock-ups, what we're doing is we're sort of putting different techniques together as we envision they would actually be done when the actual work is done, to have a visual record of how these sort of different treatments relate to each other. And Eric, if you're still on and you're still around, if you'd like to just talk somewhat about the discussion that we had when you guys were out in the field with Jeff on the different levels of decorative painting, first off, but then also we do have some other photographs of the areas where we're putting, like, say, technique number 5 next to technique number 3. But you want to give a little background on that before we get into it?
Well, I think a little background is that in some places the metallics are in quite good condition and they can be preserved in place with not too much additional work. But there were some other places where the metallics in particular were very discolored, had turned black or dark brown. In general, we know that where there are the flat colors, that we generally have to replace those. There's, most of the flat paint, the brown and the ochre and the green that you see there, most of that throughout the whole building is flaking badly and needs to be replaced. But that's, fairly straightforward painting on plaster. The metallic finishes, there was concern about the effort and expense of replacing that through the entire theater. And what we saw last week, and the HPC is invited to come out to the site on November 3rd to see the mock-ups that'll be more developed than they are currently, is that by cleaning those discolored metallics, the Evergreen is actually able to go over it again. In this case, that one that Gary's pointing to now is simply cleaning. Nothing else has been done there. But some of the other cases, the decorative painters are able to sort of hit the highlights, the higher points of the metallic finish with a mica paint, so that you really read through that bright gold finish again, and leave some of the discolored metallic finish in the background so that it's darker, and you actually have quite a bit of depth on the on some of those surfaces. The photograph we're looking at right now is a level 5 finish. And what the Evergreen is going to be doing there is to use this sample where we know that other work has to be done. On one side, they're going to clean and restore it. On the other side, they're actually going to do new finishes because there has already been damage there. And we'll be able to compare them side by side. And Evergreen tells us that we will not be able to tell the difference between the two. We won't know which one has been entirely recoated and which one is restored. And we'll see that on November 3rd.
So as we move from level 1 to level 5, the techniques tend to increase in their complexity, and more attention is paid to, as Eric said, the metallics, because they're just basically everywhere. But when we find areas that are very, very dark, for instance, sometimes the metal has just deteriorated to the point where it can't be conserved, and so a new technique has to come in, has to be used, and it has to sort of be adjusted. And I think one of the takeaways here that we've already discovered in the building is that as these different techniques come together, where some areas are deteriorated more than others, there will be always this kind of continual adjustment of the amount of shellac that's used, of the amount of cleaning that's done, of the amount of regilding that's done, in order to sort of balance out the overall effect to be one continuous, harmonious piece of work, as opposed to, colors clashing and materials just not fitting to each other. I mean, for instance, here you have deteriorated metallics, and that's what they look like when it started. Here is a sample of what Eric was talking about, where it's been cleaned, but what the high surfaces have been hit, but the recesses in between haven't been scrubbed out, because if you made it all just the bright gold, you wouldn't see the detail. You wouldn't have the depth of reading like here. It just goes flat. So there is there's a series of techniques that one has to employ in order for even the most basic pieces to read properly. And one of the things that the folks that are out there doing the work talked about was you could have flat areas of painting that have changed their color pretty dramatically, and as they do clean them and as they continue to check through microscopic samples, they will be making adjustments to the flat area colors to make sure that they are as close to the original composition as they can be. So the takeaway here so far is that all the different levels, all the different techniques will be tweaked themselves as we go through different areas of the theater, but then in the application and their relative use next to each other will also be, if you will, kind of made at the call of the artisan while they're there doing the work. I mean, at some level, while we can, and we have incorporated all of this information that you're seeing here about the different techniques into our specification for the project, there is still a level of discretion needed sort of for the artisan kind of there on the spot at the moment to make the best decision about bringing this together as a piece of art. So there are a lot of other materials that we could, give you specifications on right now. This material has been incorporated into the spec for the project. But as Eric just said, on November 3rd, we expect the mock-ups to be done. And we hope to have samples of materials, the damask that Georgina was talking about, and the carpeting samples, have these very basic elements of the house put together in a general mock-up, so we can see how all of the pieces fit together, and we can continue to make a selection of colors of fabrics for seating, for drapery, for any one of a number of other reasons. But at least you can see now that the work has started. We spent hours and hours and hours with the artisans just talking through different combinations, different areas, what were the good spots to do this. And this one particular pair of scrolled decorated pieces was really captivating because level 3 and level 5 represent some of the highest levels of treatment that we have in terms of really making sure that all of these pieces come together, that you can see here cut in and polychrome the flats. I mean, that means they're coming in here and they're painting along this edge to cut that flat paint in, and in here in between the decoration, if there's flat painting in there, they'll cut that in. So we could go on and on actually for hours about this, but I wanted you to have at least a feel of what was going on out there. And again, invite most certainly Maggie and Dan and the folks at HBO, but commissioner members, if you wanted to join us and see the mock-ups yourselves, that we are aiming for November 3rd to have those completed and ready to be seen.
So I have a question here. So I believe you were saying that you really need the contrast here to read the depth and the detail. As it originally appeared, do you believe that there was just a single uniform metallic bright gold color here that would have hidden that depth, or was it originally painted with different color schemes?
I believe, and the work particularly that we did at the Kings, which again was the same interior decorator, I believe that there was always highlighting of those recesses. It might not have been as distinctive as this, and this might need some kind of adjustment to lighten it up a little bit once it gets actually executed. But I have seen examples of houses like this where the metallics have all been done to a bright yellow, and these crevices and reveals and whatnot have all been brought to the same level of bright yellow, and they become incredibly flat expressions of the detailing and the architecture that's in the room. So my sense about this space is that it always had a bit of a worn look to it, if you will, that it was never this really bright, brilliant, kind of shiny type of space. And that was very much the case at the Kings, although a lot of the gilt work was not yellow, but it was more of a copperish red color. But nonetheless, it still had this differentiation in the original work. Any other questions or comments about the approach? Or
is that the end of your presentation, or?
We have just a few more small items to talk about. For instance, one of the things that is always a difficulty is kind of fitting in, here I'll use the Kings, this rail that is run along the fascia of the balcony to hold the lanterns, to hold the lighting equipment that's required for theater or music or whatever the presentation might be. And these are permanent installations. Here in this detail, we have structural steel being bolted down into the concrete floor slab, and then these arms come out with rails that the lights are put onto, and we have to run power cords out to devices so that there's available power for the lighting once they're doing something out here in the middle of the room. Here at the Lowe's Jersey, we have these openings kind of in these projecting bays along the front fascia. And so we are going to have one bar that comes out over the top, but then one bar that, rather than going through the plaster, is going to go into one of these openings, which we will then close off around the bar, so that we don't disturb or destroy any of the decorative ornamentation of the balcony face itself. And then here you do get a little better look at those panels that Georgina was speaking about with the received the damask. But if we are in a situation where those panels are occurring up in here somewhere, and I'm just making this up quite honestly, but picking it up, it's not so close to the public. This would be an ideal place to use the woven fabric. Sort of in the higher reaches up here would be ideal to use the printed material. And then we do have samples of the railings, particularly the railing along the, well, this is the King's, but along the top of the balcony edge, railings for coming down the stairs and whatnot, that have been restored by Friends of the Lowe's. We have samples of that. And we are going to be replicating, if we don't have enough to do the entire top of the balcony edge, we will mill some material and stain it if necessary to match what the original railing was like. And then we also have railing tops to rails that come down either on the side of the stair or maybe even at the center of the grand stair itself. And we'll be using those profiles, we'll be using those samples to guide where we have to add railings to the theater in the stairs and sort of at the balcony edges itself. We did want to talk about the seating a little bit. We discussed it quite a bit previously, but in the balcony, we will be using either replica seats, or there may be some original seats that we can use that are viable, along with the end standards that were found in the theater. And we have original examples of those, and those can be cleaned and they can be repainted, once they've been stripped of the old paint. Armrests have been restored by the Friends of the Lowe's, and we want to use those as much as possible in the balcony areas where we have these style seats. And then for the mock-up, on the 3rd, we have had on order for some time and hope that they will be delivered, the seats that we are proposing to use for the portable seating down at the orchestra level, so that you can see that. You can see it with one of the historic end standards, kind of put it all together as a palette of work for the for the treatment of the theater, the lobby spaces, the corridorways, the stairs, all of that. All these materials are key to making the revisioning of the entire theater successful. And that does conclude the material we had presented for tonight.
Okay, I know we've been asking questions throughout, but are there any commissioners who have any outstanding questions?
I do. I have one. With regard to the digital version of the marquee, it seems to have some advantages. Like it's easily programmable. I guess my question is the intent there simply because the technology exists and it will be easier for them to sort of change? Will it remain in the spirit of sort of the historic photos that show basically only text? Or is there an intent to do like motion graphics and color and all sorts of things?
I think that we've had some discussions about that. The beauty of the digital world is that it has the capacity to do both. And I think that there are times when it's appropriate that perhaps you do have something that might be more exuberant and has some level of motion to it. But I also think that there's a lot of a number of occasions where, and I'm going to zip through this and go all the way back to the original photo there, where the nature of the marquee, even the font of the lettering, is important to emulate this style of announcement, because you really, it's through the lettering itself that you feel the arch working and the kind of movement of the shows sort of going across the face, even though they're static in this particular photograph. And so, I see that there would be many, many opportunities where you would want it to look just like that photograph. Does that help?
Yeah, no, I would see the benefit of having it digital for easy programming. I just worry that then it's a slippery slope into lots of color and flashy graphics, which may be more appropriate for the poster boards, but maybe not for the marquee.
I think the marquee does have the size and presence where the lettering is generally sufficient. We don't see that. We don't see this being used in that way, that you have of like the Times Square signs, where they're scrolling across and doing, all kinds of things like that.
But just to be clear, and I was recently in Atlanta and saw the Fox Theater down there, and they have a kind of a digital marquee. It's not arched. I actually don't know of any that's arched, but and it's colorful motion and logos, and it's not bad. But I just to be clear, if this commission okays that digital signboard, we don't have the authority to maintain how that digital signboard is operated, right? So personally, I'm fine with that, with the digital signboard as a medium, but I just want to make sure that we're clear as a commission that I don't think we have the authority to in perpetuity continue to choose fonts for the theater and is that a fair Maggie, do you think that's a fair summation of what we can and can't do?
Yeah.
I also have a couple questions as well.
Okay.
First of all, I think when you were last here, I complained loudly about the lack of detail, and you really answered that, I think, complaint with just an enormous amount of very encouraging, very beautiful drawing and information. So thank you for the abundance of thoughtfulness that went into this presentation.
Thank you.
A couple questions though, as always. And they're not all related, so just bear with me. First of all, I feel like the one thing that we didn't get to touch on was the ceiling. I'm specifically looking at drawing A126, which is the RCP that kind of combines the BIM with the historic tracery of the plasterwork up there, and there's just a couple like straggling lights that seem random. Can you speak to the design or the intent for the RCP of the main theater space?
Yes. So when last we met, there was a proposed, excuse me, losing my voice here, a proposed solution to have the lighting, which is required down at the floor level, being thrown from the ceiling itself. And there were quite a few, let's just call them downlights for so we don't get too technical here, that were being employed to provide that kind of lighting. Even after that time period, the lighting designers really felt as though they had to kind of hang on to that concept. And I was really against that concept and spoke to them and clarified that I wanted a different solution. I wanted them to find a different solution for the lighting. They have managed to remove almost all of those lights. You are correct. There are still a few up there that they just can't seem to find another way to get light in some areas of the floor space that we have that we need to have light on. However, it's far less than was when we first showed it to you. And my feeling about it now is that if we need a few of those lights, we can find ways to still detail around them and make them kind of less obtrusive. I feel as though the pattern of coffers that we have in the ceiling will maintain kind of the prime visual element of the ceiling. And we will be successful then in kind of, if you will, quote unquote, hiding sort of any other fixtures that we need to put up there. Excuse me.
I don't know if you have a ceiling plan as part of this presentation set, but I'll just note for the record that that intent being noted to try to kind of make sense with the coffering pattern. As of now, the ceiling plan doesn't seem to have the lights very, let's say, carefully placed within that pattern that you mentioned.
I will take that up and we will re-coordinate those areas.
Another question for you. The re-raking that you're doing of the floor.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And I know this was mentioned last time too, so I think it's worth bringing up though. You know, the removal of that center aisle. I was looking at HP 401, which has that amazing photograph from the stage back to the back, with, you know, centered on that centered aisle with the door at the end. And I'll say that I wasn't particularly swayed one way or the other the last presentation, but when I saw that photograph, I really thought that really is a special condition. And then I went back and saw photographs of the King's Theater, and I noticed that also actually that's, you know, beautiful as that project is, that center aisle being gone also seems, in my mind, to have removed that one kind of special quality. So is that something, is there like, what would it take to restore that center aisle and to restore the experience of kind of walking in on center in that incredible space?
Mm-hmm. So the programming that we received from the operators and from the Friends of, you know, has been quite a challenge on the project. And when, again, last we met and we discussed this particular issue, we had said that we were in the process of studying it and we were going to continue our studies, that we had not reached a satisfactory conclusion or solution to the question of the center aisle. So we did that. I mean, and we have been working on that and we continue to work on it. Given the way, as when we were talking earlier, describing how these tiers get set up and in the modules that they need to move on, there are a number of things that need to happen. And one of the conditions that we've been working around lately is the fact that the last few rows of seating in the orchestra level, and when they get back up against the wall, are actually much higher than the entry point that you have coming in from the lobby. So it's a matter not of just like a step going up, but it's like 3 or 4 steps that one has to go up. So we have been sort of working our way through that. We did reach a point where we had shown the work that we were doing to the operators, and they have taken it wasn't complete, but it was, you know, it was getting there. And we had a couple of pathways that we thought might actually be successful. We're continuing to work on that, but they wanted to get their input from their the operational people that are going to be running the venue, and to sort of understand what impact the center aisle would have on their operations, on their ability to switch, you know, from theater to music and back to theater again easily, quickly. And might there be some kind of issue that they would have that needs to be considered? So we have moved the ball, but we're still in this mode of trying to make sure we've covered all of the contingencies at having something. Well, it's like, it's not really a question of having something that makes the center aisle. It's really the deletion of seating that makes the center aisle. So
that's what I mean.
We
forgive me,
haven't
but,
given up
you know,
yet.
the question of the section and one area being higher than the other, it doesn't seem to matter because you have to resolve that regardless of whether it's center or side. And whether or not, you know, the building operators can pull up a section here, you know, these are modular pieces. So again, I don't see how that affects. If the answer is that it affects seat count and therefore the economics of the project, that is an answer I can understand. It still remains an unsatisfying answer to me because it's so huge. I mean, we're talking about a gigantic, you know, so I'm not going to claim to, you know, refute that answer. It just seems like that, at least that's an answer, even though I sort of question it.
Well, it does. I mean, to your point, it does affect seat count. There's no question about it. And that impact, at least in the numbers that we have been told by the operators, is significant. However, I think some of this boils down to this. Most of the programming on the part of the operators is different than the programming for the Friends of the Lowe's who have put this forward and have been very, very interested in being able to have that center aisle. One of the aspects of the study that we've been looking at is it possible to have it when you want to have it, but not to lose all of the seating if you don't want to have it, and that you're able to just run seating across that part of the floor. It's just complicated, and there's just a lot of different aspects to it that we want to make sure we have the right answers for before we commit sort of one way or the other. I think it is still, you know, they're still moving forward. We haven't been asked to stop looking at it or anything like that. So we still have some time to work those last few questions out, I feel. And well, take note of your change of mind, and it's perfectly valid. I understand. I know the shot of the theater that you're talking about, and it is very impressive. There's no question about it.
I do have some additional questions, but I'll yield and ask my fellow commissioners to weigh in.
Are there any other commissioner questions, comments?
I have one quick question, and this refers to St. George and the dragon statues up in the cupola. You mentioned, Gary, that they were going to be removed for repair. Does repair include them operating again once they are back in place?
That is a great question, and I'm afraid I just don't know enough about the two pieces. Most certainly, we would love to have them operating, depending on the condition that they're in, and we just have not been able to get to that point yet. We do have a few items that are like that throughout the venue that, like for instance, opening the marquee, seeing that chamfered corner, things that I was talking about earlier this evening. And the statues up there have been kind of a part of that group of things that we really want to get to. And if, I'll tell you, if it's possible to make them operate, I think that would be spectacular.
I would have to agree. I would have to agree.
We most certainly will do our best.
I'm hopeful.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to echo, I think, Austin's statement about how this has really come in with an incredible level of detail. And thank you for taking us through this. And, you know, again, a great level of detail and through point by point on all the, you know, all the aspects of the work inside and out. A couple things that I'm just thinking about that maybe won't be able to be satisfied tonight, I think, are the portion on the existing parking lot, you know, which you guys don't have control of at this point. So that is something that whichever way that goes, we'll probably need to weigh in on that, whether that is actually going to happen or if it would require alterations to the building, but I think in practice or in theory that is a very good solution. Also, the addition on the south portion, I think, you're utilizing existing entrances, and I'm in support of that as well. I think that is well detailed, and the best part of that is that it could theoretically be removed, and you're utilizing existing things. It's a great intervention to the building because you're not destroying anything. And the only question I had was, you mentioned terracotta replacement, and would that be in kind terracotta, or would you be using a substitute material like a cast stone, or is the intent to actually use terracotta? I know now that, as with a lot of things, supply chains, etc., terracotta's production the lead time is getting longer and longer. There's only a couple places that can make it. My great preference is that it's actually replaced in kind terracotta panels on the exterior of the building. We actually use actual terracotta, not use a cast stone or substitute material, but I know that I've heard from people that it is a crunch right now to get actual terracotta replacement pieces. So I don't know if you had any answer to that.
Well, I agree with you. I mean, the terracotta almost invariably, comes from Gladding McBean out there in California. I have visited their facility a number of times. I never cease to be amazed at the work that they do out there, especially since their main product are like terracotta sewer pipes that are like 20 feet across, stuff like that. But I agree with you that it's much preferred to replace terracotta with terracotta. I think in this particular case, that the caveat on that would be not only the issues with the supply chain and sort of, can we get it at some kind of number that works within the budgetary restraints that we have on the constraints that we have on the project as a whole. But here, in my mind, there's difference between the terracotta, which is on the front facade and is the face of the Lowe's jersey, as opposed to a piece of coping or even a decorative shield element or something that's on the back of the building, 100 feet in the air. I don't know that would be as fervent about having to do the repair in terracotta back there. I do think that at the front of the building, it really deserves terracotta. So
Yeah, and I would agree, not, if it's top, or if it's on the secondary elevation, the above the on the north side or something, that's different. But yeah, certainly different levels to that. And and that answer, kind of reinforces what I've heard. What I felt throughout this presentation was that this is a project that is in good hands. And that's what I kind of come away from this thinking. There might be a couple pieces that still need to be ironed out, but from where we were when we heard this in I guess it was July, I was a little nervous maybe, but you've come in and really, I think, have shown a credible level of detail and really have kind of put me at ease about this project.
Well, thank you.
So I'm pretty happy with the project overall as well. I just wanted to put the question to you, looking as a pedestrian on the street, is there any particular aspect of the primary facade, any feature that you think is a central feature that draws the eye of a passerby?
That's a terrific question, because the composition of the front facade, I would have a hard time picking out an element and saying, well, this one isn't really that important, which makes the decision to, consolidate original material more towards the center, as I was talking about consolidating the original bronze panels that we can salvage from the area where we know damage was done, and bring that all kind of to that central area at the street front under the marquee, which then leads your eye up, to the all the way to the clockwork and into the sculpture, and then up to the pinnacle of the terracotta composition. It's just so well balanced, and Rapp and Rapp, they were just masters at composing buildings like this to have a maximum input and impact. No, I'd be really hard pressed to say that there's a piece there that we don't really need to pay a lot of attention to. The other part that makes this pretty hard is we want to save the original material, but we also have to recognize that there are going to be literally hundreds of thousands of people going through those doors, and the wear and tear, just not out of abuse, but just out of use, is going to be significant. So I'm always, in the back of my mind, I'm always thinking, if we save these kiosks or these boxes or these doors, we really have to know that they're going to stand up to the use that they're going to receive, because every piece of it is really important.
I agree. And for myself, I think walking or driving by, my eyes are typically drawn to the marquee out front. And I've heard from some of my fellow commissioners that they don't have too many concerns about going with the digital marquee. I'm not entirely persuaded on that point. I'm a little concerned about giving away the farm, that might be to some degree, a character defining element. And I know that it has to be changed. It's not the original condition currently, but I just don't know about the choice to go digital. I think the most compelling argument I heard was the safety argument, less so about functionality. I don't know, could you speak more to the decision to go digital? Because I think another concern there is, once we open Pandora's box, we don't necessarily have control over what we're going to get. And I think Commissioner Sakong touched upon that. So maybe address that a bit more if you could.
Sure. There are arguments, I think, on both sides of this particular question. And I know of actually a fairly high number of venues have had digital signboards installed, have been accepted and installed. And I guess at the end of the day, maybe the most important aspect of the digital installation is that it can recreate a sign which feels very much like the historic photograph we were just looking at, such that if you ever wanted to be able to do that, you could, and you could have that for as long as you wanted it. I don't really see that this ever becomes that kind of flashing, really super kinetic kind of images chasing each other around the marquee and whatnot. There are going to be enough challenges just with the arched profile of the front facade of the marquee that's going to make that daunting. On the other hand, again, I could easily see there would be some spectacular event that would want, something a little more with a little more energy than the original marquee, provides. So for me, moving forward, it would be just really important that we are able to have that when we want it, that the other times, hopefully, there's just some restraint in recognizing that it is a very, very important historic building, and a lot of people, mark their lives by it. So I don't think it's the end of the world to have a digital setup there. And it really does make for a much safer work environment for the people that are trying to take care of the venue. Let's face it, the maintenance and the caretaking is not going to end when we walk away from this building. It's going to need continual upkeep in all areas to protect it for the next 100 years.
And in the event that the operators should not always exercise as much restraint as we should hope, I mean, how much light is this proposed sign capable of generating? How bright is this thing going to get?
Well, those signs are generally rated by the size of the pixels, of the size of the diodes that they have, the LEDs that they have to sort of work with. And so the I don't have all the specifics on the installation capacities right now, but we're going to be taking a look at that, because one of the things that happens is the more changes that you ask the screen to make, the more not only energy do you need to provide, the more relief of heat that you need to provide, and then the more complexity that you create for the image that you're trying to project. It just becomes very, very expensive very quickly. So that in and of itself, it would seem to me, would be a deterrent for asking too much of this sign as a digital feature on the building. It's much easier for the poster boards to have them be active units as opposed to the marquee.
I just want to note that if this were, frankly, if this were in a lot of places like downtown Jersey City, where the street widths are much narrower and the urban fabric is a lot denser, I think I would have much stronger reservations. I think part of the reason why I'm less concerned about it is just the breadth of JFK and the nature of the PATH station across the street, and like that area, in my mind, has the ability to absorb a little bit more visual, let's say, chaos in the worst case scenario. I agree with all the commissioners that the best case scenario is that some exercise in restraint is utilized. But I also just want to note that the worst case scenario isn't, it could be worse.
Well, just to that point, I think you have a very strong argument there. The only thing that gives me pause is that at some point, probably in the not too distant future, if things continue as they are, there will be very significant development on either side of the Lowe's Jersey. And I'm not saying it's going to get lost in the street composition as an structure of the cityscape, but let's say it'll be a little more challenging. And at that point in time, I think the openness in front of the building, as you point out, at JFK, and then across the street, sort of with the PATH Center and all the other stuff that's going on there, at least it won't be hidden. There will always be a really good, clear view of it. If you were further downtown in that area that you were talking about, where all you had was sort of an oblique view as you drove past it, that would be very concerning. I do agree with that.
Jerry, just a quick question for you while we're on the topic of the marquee. For the King's Theater project, was that done as a digital marquee as well, or was that something else?
That was not done as a digital marquee. For one, there wasn't a budget for it, but it was never really considered by the operators there. And you were speaking earlier about whether it was within your oversight to place conditions on the use of the signage once it's put in place. The design commission did have some level of control because of the city money that was invested in the venue.
Understood. Thank you.
Do we have any more questions, comments? All right.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate the time. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now so that other people can see things too.
Sure. Gary and Frank, does that conclude your testimony on this?
Does.
Okay, great. So it is, Bridget, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine at the moment, but I'm not sure how long we're going to go. So I will need another break coming up.
Okay. Do you think would it be better to take one now? Do a quick come back at 9 before we go to public comment?
Come back at 10.
Oh God, geez.
Sure.
Okay. Brian, are you comfortable with that?
Sure.
All right. So then let's take a break, just a short one. It's 9:57 right now. We'll come back at 10 and move on to public comment.
10:02.
10:02.
Restart. And now we can, go ahead.
Or I'm sorry, before we do that, I just need Paul and Tony to turn their cameras back or acknowledge that they're there. Hey guys, okay.
I ran out of phone battery. I'm here though.
It's fine. I would testify that that's your voice.
Yes. All right.
Okay, I think we're good.
So I think we're going right to public comment, right?
Yeah, the testimony is closed. You guys don't have any additional questions for the applicant. So that would put us into public comment.
So just as a reminder, we have, how many minutes we have 5-minute limit? We have a 5-minute limit for public testimony. You can utilize the raise hand function or *6, is it? If you're on the phone.
*9.
*9, not *6. Or you can utilize the raise hand function if you're in the Zoom app or on your browser. 5-minute limit, and it is 5 minutes of testimony. It's not a question and answer session. So you could give your testimony, and then after all of the public comment period is closed, the applicant can respond to any comments. So you can go ahead and do that now if you'd like to comment on this item.
Staff also notes that there are a couple of questions in the Q&A function. Unfortunately, we cannot use that because you have to be under oath to testify in front of the commission. If you have written in any of those questions, which are great questions, I would strongly suggest you use the raise hand function to address the commission. But other than that, if there's a motion to open public comment on this application.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
So the first name I see is Marianne Dracasia. So I'm going to promote you to panelist. And once she's on, she can begin to address the commission. Or actually, it's to be sworn first. Hi, it looks like you're on, so you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Do you have the camera function available? Just it makes it easier to switch.
Yes, I do, but I've never done this before on Zoom. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can I just speak?
We
for
do
my
have
5
to,
minutes.
we do have to swear you in first. So
Sure.
Can you raise your right hand?
Yes. It's
Okay. Do you
raised.
swear or affirm to tell the whole truth? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right. May I begin? Thank you.
And then you just need to state and spell your name for the record, please.
Yes, I will do that. I've been down this road before. I'm from Hoboken. My name is Mary. The last name is Andrejka. That's O-N as in none, D as in dog, R-E-J-K-A.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
I
And
live
your
in
time has
Hoboken.
begun.
All right. I have been going to Lowe's for many years, since 2002, and I followed the progress, and I am very impressed with this commission because you all are very concerned, and which I'm glad, because I've been worried about what will happen to the Lowe's, because modern lives tends to obliterate some of the ambiance that we as people that come to the Lowe's experience. Now, there's a couple of things. I would hope that you would never get rid of the center aisle, because that is part of the experience for every person that you see, the look on their face when they walk down that aisle. It is incredible. To this day, it's incredible to me. That should never be sacrificed for seats. I'm afraid I'm a genuine lover of old architecture, and I even went there today to see it one more time before I can't go there for a very, very long time. I think it's a mistake to use a digital marquee, because that destroys the ambiance. If the Kings in Brooklyn doesn't use one and gets away with it, the Lowe's can get away with it too. Each of you have raised incredible questions. You obviously care so sincerely about what happens to this building. This building has been very important to me all these years. It is a place where many people from Hoboken, I live in Hoboken, come, people from New York. We've stood out in lines to get in there. We've seen the shows with the Wonder Organ, with the silence. It is a movie palace. And I know it has to make money, and I know there's concert venues, but you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater here. You must preserve every single thing possible, even if it costs some money. Because I've often said this, when I first looked down on that lobby from the second floor, if I ever got rich, I would give that building money. That's exactly, and that's how important it is to me. It is important to many, many people. And Colin and Patty have been the stewards with the Friends of the Lowe's all these years, and they deserve kudos. And listen to them, and I know you have, but I have to say, being at Hoboken's boards of commissioners, being at zoning boards, being at council meetings for years, I have never been more impressed with this board. And I thank you for your concise questions, your due diligence. I know you'll do right by this, but just save what you can, because they don't make them like they used to. And it's there, it's the glory of Jersey City. I love it, and it saddens me that I can't enter it anymore, but I did today. I'm busy. I took the time to go there. Patty let me in. I thought the work was continuing today to help move, but it wasn't. But listen, that's a gem, and you're lucky you have it. And I know you're going to do the right thing. So I just had to put my voice in there. And Colin knows I love that theater, as well as many other Hoboken people. And my time's up, I know, but you guys are great. I have to say it. You are great. And I've never been on Zoom before, and I've never been to a store commission in Jersey City, but you guys are the best. And I trust you will do the right thing. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much. Okay.
You're welcome.
All right, so the next hand raised I see is Tim. So Tim, I'm gonna go ahead and promote you. Okay, Tim, you should be able to unmute yourself. Again, it's if you have the camera available. It's
Okay, I'm so sorry. It's not Tim. I'm his wife. I'm so
That's
sorry.
fine.
His
That's
account. I
fine.
apologize. I hope I can still,
No, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay, thank you.
We just have to swear you in.
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then
thank you.
Staten's, oops, sorry, Liz. Staten, spell your name for the record, please.
My full name is Amanda Decker, Amanda. Last name is D as in Delta, Ecker.
All right, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. My background, I've been going to the Lowe's, Jersey City. I've actually lived in Jersey City since 2005. And my background is in technical theater. I've been working in theaters. I've been on many national and international tours. I've been in over 100 theaters in the United States and Canada. Many of these are historic theaters like our Lowe's. Many are quite famous in the theater world. So I have been in many of these types of spaces restored to their original intent. So I have that little bit of background just to let you know where I'm coming from. I also want to second or confirm that I also agree with Commissioner Sakong, as well as the previous citizen talking about the center aisle. It really is a wonderful, wonderful piece. Really is unique and beautiful, both as an audience member and as a performer. There's nothing like that center aisle, really. There are theaters around the world that do have the center aisle, but they are rare and they are gems. And I will say it really is special to have that. And I also want to agree with the previous speakers. I'm sorry, I don't have her name. Miss Andreka, she talked about the marquee. I was also going to mention the marquee. If the Kings is able to save money by not having a fancy marquee, then maybe we should think about saving money and putting that money into some other things as well. I don't know, but I would agree with her. So my real question is about the window treatments. One of the joys of coming to the theater is to actually see those, I don't know the technical terms, but the flappers or the dampers that are in front of those pipes there in the front windows. There are those flaps and you can see them and you can see the pipes and you can see when they're being muted or when they're being played loud. And without having the curtains or the window treatments in front of those really is exciting. And a lot of people get joy in watching that. So with the new treatments, you talked about them being sheer. Is that something that can be lit as a scrim or as a cyc from the one side where you can see through it for particular performances, so we could enjoy those, seeing the pipes, and then lit from the other direction, which would block those pipes out? I'm just wondering if that is possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much. All right. The next hand I see raised is Jeannie Daly. Just going to go ahead and promote you. Okay, Jeannie, it looks like you should be able to unmute yourself.
I think I'm there. Is that right?
Yes, you're here.
Okay, very good.
We have to swear you.
Can you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Yeah. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your name for the record. Yes, my name is Jean Daly. Jean is spelled Jeanne. Daly is spelled Daly.
Apologies for the mispronunciation before, but your 5 minutes starts now.
All right. You'll tell me when it cuts off too, right?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Just kind of, I'll do it quickly because I have a lot of points I'm interested in making, but I agree with the signage. I think it's a classic and it needs to be preserved. I don't think we need digital signage just yet. Aside from the cost, it also is going to be obsolete before we know it. That's the one thing we do know about technology is made to be obsolete. So I would definitely hold back on that exterior marquee. I do have a question. Well, I can't ask a question, I understand. I just have a comment about if there's going to be any special lighting placed on the outside that is not currently in existence, whether it's spotlights or lamp posts, whatever. Moving on, the roof. I understand the entire roof's going to be replaced, which I greatly agree with. We have got problems there. I was just curious or wanted to comment about if any solar panels or kind of green technology will not be used on that roof. Now, the clock itself with the St. George, that actually is a very historic clock. And as I was told by an antique roadshow guy in person that I bumped into, that clock is actually extremely historic, and that watch collectors and watch people who are crazy about clocks know about that. It's like known worldwide in that community. So preserving that is very important. The other question or comment I did have was if it's stated now that the statues would have to be brought to the ground to be examined. Is there a possibility of doing cursory examination up while they're in position? I know you spoke about the exterior, the bronze doors and the bottoms. They also should note that, sidewalk salt for the wintertime, that also eats out at the bronze. Now, the elevators that you've spoken about, will they need to be brought up to current codes, as in being replaced completely? And as far as the service elevators, will you have expanded or extra height in those elevators themselves? Because I know a lot of times you can buy plywood in 12-foot lengths, and they do not fit in regular elevators. I was just curious about the acoustics. I didn't hear any mention of it. Will acoustics be preserved as they are, or are things going to be changed? Will there be an ability to toggle back and forth between the existing acoustics and possibly updated or upgraded acoustics? I didn't hear anything about acoustics. I was unclear about what you meant about the parking garage. I'm assuming if all goes well, it'll be demolished. You have those bays there. But will there be any other parking deck? That's what I'm very concerned about, is the parking in the area. The color of the concession stands that will be going to be put in, I think that color is unacceptable. The plain kind of white or off-white, because it's the only time your eye lays onto a block of solid color. Everything is so wow, went over the top, and out there having that block of solid white or off-white really is unacceptable. I think that would have to be, there was a moss green that's in the background that would be perfect for that, just not that block white. It doesn't seem to match at all. Let me see, definitely the center aisle. You must keep that center aisle. That is iconic. And it's a breathtaking experience. No seat gain can replace that center aisle. I also noticed that it appears to me that the angle, the arc of the seating will be changed, which I also believe is unacceptable, because there's something very glamorous about the angles that the seats arc out in the current position, not this tight squease. So that to me is unacceptable. Okay. Did that iconic to lighting advertise. Oh, also if there would be advertisement marquees or placards or advertisement spaces, will they be put on the exterior fronts? Because that would be like, not just for the venue itself, but like, Bud Light or drink this or drink that. That to me, I would find very offensive. So I will yield because I have no more time. And I want to thank you for all your effort. And it was a spectacular presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your
How do I?
Okay, next up on the list, I see CM Willingham. So I'm going to go ahead and promote you. Hi.
Hello.
We're just going to swear you in first.
Okay, can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
then, oops, sorry, I keep cutting off. I'm sorry. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Crystal Mary Willingham. It's CRYSTAL space capital MARY. Last name WILLINGHAM as in Mary.
Great, thank you. Your 5 minutes starts now.
So my concerns include some previous mentions. The center aisle, especially for me, during all the time that I've spent in the building, either behind the scenes or in front of the scenes, I'm especially concerned that the center aisle is not being treated as an important element. Sometimes it becomes an element in productions. It becomes like another character in productions in and of itself, or events that are held there. If you are a patron in the building or at specific events, your view is not always turned towards the stage. So keep in mind, I'm basing these comments off of what Friends of the Lowe's has hosted or has partnered with in the community. But there have been times where if we have a film festival in that event, going down the center aisle is a really special thing for some of the film crew or producers. If we have a holiday program going on, a character going down the aisle creates a magical element. So it becomes a character within some of the events there. And I think it would be a great shame to get rid of it. The women's lounge sounded like a cluster. I'm just gonna state it in that manner. I don't understand exactly why it's being cordoned off, and I didn't still comprehend the entryways for it. So I want to make that statement. Digitizing the marquee is also a problem for me, but I think other comments have exhausted that, but I want to make that point. I want to raise something here about the balcony. There has been a long-standing, intricate, detailed work done on that. And I hope moving forward with this renovation, everyone will be in partnership on preserving what happens with the balcony and with the seating in general, finding all the parts and restoring the parts to the best of their ability took painstaking work that has happened throughout the building. And please, as you move forward, continue to partner with individuals already involved on restoring those pieces. And last but not least, the facade of the building, especially the exterior facing JFK. I know in my time there, and I'll just say I've been involved with the theater over a decade, if not maybe like 15 years or so. There's been concern on my part about just preserving that facade, and it's usually by just menace. Whatever foot traffic that goes back and forth in front of the building can sometimes damage what's happening to the exterior. So I would love if there's something in place to consider that concern, because whatever does happen, I would hate to see it ruined. Those are my comments. I want to yield. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So Colin, I do see your hand raised. I just want to confirm if there's anyone else who would like to address the commission before we give the floor to Colin. And if you would like to, please use the raise hand function. All right, not seeing any. So Colin, I'm going to go ahead and promote you for public comment. Colin, you should be able to unmute yourself. Colin, can you see us?
It looks like now there's now another hand raised, and maybe he's in
Another Colin Egan.
yeah, there's another Colin Egan, so maybe
right,
try that one.
Yep. Colin, can you hear us and see us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm having technical difficulties, so I had to switch devices. Sorry about that.
That's not a problem. Why don't we go ahead and swear you in?
All right, can you raise your right hand?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Just state and spell your name for the record, Colin.
It's Colin, C-O-L-I-N, and Egan, E-G-A-N.
Great. Thank you so much. Take it away.
Hey, in listening to tonight's presentation, there are a couple things I could probably add to what Gary was explaining and answer a few of the questions that people who calling in just before me had. But depending on how much time we have and energy left, I want to just make a couple of the points that I felt are most important first. I will say that I had not had the opportunity to see most of these plans before the commission did. In fact, I got to see them on the website. So once again, thank you for HPC's dedication to public information. And so I do have some issues and concerns. I think, like we all do, they're relatively minor, and I would look forward maybe at some time soon, HPC, HMR, OTJ, DAE, and even FOL sitting down and talking about those details. But I think in all honesty, what I need to note are a couple of the successes that we've had since I think it was June when we first met. If I recall then, HPC staff and some board members, and I for that matter, expressed concerns about what was being at that time proposed as the alteration, the way of alteration for the ladies' powder room and its separation from the lounge. And we felt it was important that that not be made permanent, that the original flow of the space be maintained to the extent possible. And I think the design that has now been shown to us today is good. It's quite acceptable. It's a variation of what first came up because there was some feedback about that. So I think we need to give credit where credit is due. I know I heard the concern of some of the commissioners about the queue out of the ladies' room, and as someone who has had 1,500 people in that building with 7 stalls for the ladies' room as it exists now, I understand that completely. But to be honest, the queue would be out the lounge and winding through the mezzanine level of the lobby, no matter what we do. The real answer is to get more restrooms in the building. I know the current plan shows for a good increase in the basement. I'll be honest, I sort of was militating for even more than they have now, but there are budget constraints. So, but I do want to praise the ability to give DAE the option of having the ladies' lounge as a private space, but also preserving, at least for FOL, the ability to return the original experience of the building, ladies' lounge, into powder room, into the main restroom. That's very important to us, very important to the building and to the city, and I think this design accomplishes it. I also want to note and agree that the changes in the lighting to the high ceiling in the auditorium are very well considered. They are going towards what we were all concerned about. Too many downlights. That's been reduced very nicely, and maybe even a few more can be eliminated. So again, credit where credit is due. And I will say that the one thing I had seen, one of the few parts of the plan I had seen before it went up on HPC's website was about some of the painting schemes, the refinishing schemes, the menu of 5 different options Gary was talking about. And I have to say that before last Thursday, when we had a meeting on site to talk about the mock-ups, I was greatly concerned because some of the plans, the way it seemed on paper, the way it was written out, suggested that there would be priming over a lot of finishes that are extant, in some cases in very good condition, and in some cases, even after the priming out, not all the metal finishes would be returned. That would not have been acceptable, but as it happened, when HMR, OTJ, Evergreen, and FOL were on site over the, and I should say DA was on site remotely, was on site Thursday, there was a lot of discussion about this and a lot of realization that those options needed to be amended to eliminate the possibility of losing large amounts of original finish unnecessarily. In fact, I don't think Eric got a chance to read them tonight, but there was even some rewording of options 1 and 5 that make that even clearer. And what I would say is that on the 3rd, when I assume HPC staff and I, and hopefully some commissioners will be there with Gary and Eric and everybody else, we can talk about that more. But I think that the direction the interior refinishing in is going in is very, very satisfactory. And that's an example of how, if there are outstanding issues, we can all sit down and work through them, I think, very well. And I say that because there is, in my mind, and it's been touched on a lot now, one big outstanding issue that still has to be finalized. And it's the talk, not just of center aisle, but of the whole reconfiguration of the orchestra floor. It's a very major change to a landmark. And I think there are probably some people who love the Lowes, who are concerned that FOL hasn't opposed it on principle, but we can't oppose it on principle because DAE has made it clear that the ability to have SRO programming is critical to its plans. I don't think they really have a breakdown yet on SRO versus seated, but they feel it is going to be critical. So we can't just oppose it out of hand. And in fact, there are aspects of the plan that's being promoted for it that are very clever. The use of precast and then also laid-in platforms to recreate what would be the waterfall, the gentle slope down of the seats. But there are still some questions about the kind of seats, how the end standards will be maintained, and if you ever look at any photo of a historic theater, end standards are very important. I think Gary talked about that last time. And also the center aisle. And that's not quite answered yet in the plans I saw, as Gary admitted, or acknowledged rather, I should say. So I have to say that is one area of concern. And I would hope we can all sit down and look at the plans as they exist now to get an understanding and perhaps move them towards a finalization. Because I do believe, as a number of commissioners and a lot of the people who called in have said, maintaining center aisle, that experience is critical. If we can't have it at all times, and for some of DA's programming, it probably is not financially necessary. But since what is being proposed for the first floor is a modular setup, basically, where you change it as you need it, I'm hoping that we can have center aisle as that option. And in that case, I think we will have done our job preserving a very critical aspect of the theater. Let me just very quickly look through my notes to see if I can add a few things. I mentioned the ladies' lounge and the changes. I will say I do agree with what a couple of the commissioners said, that I'm not too sure modern storefront doors are appropriate there. Obviously, something that doesn't look completely original, but not something that looks completely out of place either would be ideal. I can answer the question about, is there anything left of the old marquee fascia? The answer is no. We've changed lights, we've repaired and repainted the existing sign boxes, and all of the original marquee was demolished. I did want to say Gary had shown some photos. This gets back to the point about the auditorium. I'm going through my notes from the talk. I'm sorry if it's a little disjointed. He had showed photos of the Kings and I believe the Boston Opera House, and they had indeed eliminated center aisles and changed the rake there. But the one thing for the commissioners to be clear is, I don't believe those theaters have the kind of modular changeability to go over to SRO standing platforms, then return to seating. So this is a different tact we're taking. I only know of one other theater like it, and frankly, the plan being proposed for the Lowes is more clever. But as I said again, we do I'd like to see, I think we all would like to see a few more details for that. Just going back to a few other things. One commissioner asked about the shading on the leafing, how the original appearance was on the metal leafing here in the building. And I believe Eric confirmed that when we did surveys with conservators, it was determined there was always shading to make the relief stand out. It was never flat gold. And in fact, in a couple areas where it was obviously repainted in more recent years, just flat gold, you can tell it's a significant degrading of the appearance. So I think we can be certain that there was that kind of original shading. It may be a little darker now because everything is aged, but there always was shading. Someone mentioned about the clock. I haven't had a chance to talk to Gary about it. In fact, I wasn't sure it was going to be involved in this scope, but in year 2000, 1999, 2000, those figures were taken down. The armatures in them were entirely rebuilt. The entire mechanism was rebuilt. It has a much more minor problem now, which has prevented it from operating for the last 10 years or so. But I would say that I'm hopeful that it won't have to be a very large rebuild again, because it still is in generally good condition. And to answer the question about movement, yes, the figures do move. The dragon goes up and down and opens and closes his mouth, and St. George takes umbrage at that and lances the dragon, and that happens every 15 minutes. And I'm just looking at my notes. I will offer a slightly discordant note to many of the people who called in, and I apologize for that. But as probably the only person on the call who has actually physically changed the message on the Lowe's marquee, I tend to be a supporter of the digital marquee. In fact, I think I recommended it to DAE. It is an enormous job to do that. There is a great safety problem, particularly in inclement weather. And if you're having a lot of programming, it will become quite a problem. I do agree that it should not become Times Square. And I would suggest to the commission it consider at least recommending that in this case, since the building will remain owned by the city and be operated by DAE through an agreement with the city, with FOL2 involved, maybe the city could require, or at least significantly request, that the use of the screen be limited to more or less the appearance of the original marquee. But to be fair, as I said, I can't say that the idea of a digital marquee is out of bounds. It is almost an operating necessity today. And I think that's all I'll say, other than, again, it is an impressive presentation that was made. We have some questions, but I would hope, and maybe the commission can suggest a formula for this, that as we work through the final questions, there'd be some ability for commission staff to have regular input, and especially as the color, the refinishing work is developed more, along with obviously HMR and OTJ. On that note, folks, I will stop babbling and thank you. And I just want to thank all the people who called in who love the Lowe's. Makes, frankly, those of us who've worked on the theater for years, happy to know that it has the impact we believe it should. So thank you all.
Thank you, Colin. Thank you very much. So I don't see anyone else with their hand raised, and we already did a last call for Colin's testimony. So I think I'm going to make a motion to close public comment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so there were some good questions there. Maggie, I don't know if you were taking some notes as to some of the questions. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe you want to pose them to the applicant and they can answer them, or if any commissioners want to pick up on any of the questions that were asked. I think the biggest thing that I heard certainly was, in terms of comments from everyone, I think, was about that center aisle and the importance of that. That's the one thing that came through, I think, loud and clear to me. But I think there were some other good questions in there, specifically about the pipe organ, which is one that percolated in my mind. But Maggie, I think you took notes. So if you want to kind of run through them, or again, if anyone else wants to chime in and pick up on those questions.
Sure. So I'll run through, and of course, I did my best in conjunction with keeping time. So I might have missed one or two. So we, of course, had the center aisle discussed, the digitizing of the marquee discussed as well. There was a question Gary, specifically about that pipe organ visibility and being able to see how that will operate. Is that anything you guys have given thought to yet or developed yet?
I mean, we know that the organ is a viable instrument. We're making provisions for it to be lifted, up and down on a separate lift outside the pit. We haven't really gotten into the pipes and the baffles and the dampers and everything at this point. It usually hasn't been our experience. Sort of, there was an actual visible nature to all of that stuff that's kind of hidden away in the organ loft, if you will. But the drapes that were spoken about in the presentation weren't necessarily those sort of at the organ. And I think unless one of my team members wants to oh my God, I can't remember to say this, wants to pipe up, then they can they can answer this question as to whether it could remain visible. I don't think I've ever had that request before.
So Gary, I think that historically they were hidden because they had those decorative sort of shims on them that were actually beaded and kind of hiding them, but acoustically transparent so the sound could come out. But it's not to say that we couldn't figure out a lighting technique, whatever, to make these visible. Right. I'm actually quite intrigued by the idea because it's kind of like a teaching opportunity, maybe. I don't know. So anyway, but historically, there was not a desire to see them, but I think it's an intriguing idea.
Okay. Something we could take a look at.
Great. The next question that I had written down was, are there any plans for any type of solar panel or alternative energy on the roof or any other part of the building?
So those alternative power sources are actually taxing for a venue such as this, because the loading happens at very specific times where you hit peak loads, and then most of the time the building is running at a very low level of energy usage. I mean, usually most operators keep as many of the lights off as possible when you walk into a theater when it's not being used. However, that's not to say that we aren't sensitive to the environmental issues, and we have been working diligently with the MEP designers to make sure that the equipment is, at the top level of efficiency relative to the kind of equipment that we need for the theater to move the amount of air and condition the very, very large space that we have. We also look at the way lighting is handled, because that's a big energy user. Of course, performance lighting is one thing, but then we have architectural lighting. When we replace all of the sconces and the lighting, the architectural lighting elements, we will absolutely be using low voltage LED. The low voltage LED type of lighting for the interior. We don't go, unless it's a new build where we have control over all aspects of the building, including the insulation of the envelope. We don't go to extravagant steps to introduce solar energy or geothermal energy or things like that. They just don't. They just don't pay for themselves, given the way the building gets loaded. And I think, Maggie, there was also a question about, is there special lighting at the exterior? There is some architectural lighting to cast light up the facade, the front facade where the terracotta is. It's not extensive, but it will highlight the building in the evening, particularly when people are coming to the theater. So that's a pretty important part of the design as well.
Great. I also have written down, are there any plans for external ads on any of the external LED screens that are proposed?
I don't have the information to be able to answer that. Wouldn't be unusual. You saw the sign, that was there originally, and it had that banner down underneath. But I mean, we are making the poster boxes, again, digital units. So, whether this becomes Citibank, Lowe's at Lowe's Jersey or something like that. I mean, I don't know how these deals get arranged. We're not making any plans for specific advertising on the front of the building.
Okay. And then, so we've kind of on and off during the presentation and also during public comment, there were questions about the clock. Is there a commitment from the owners? And I mean, your assumption is that you're going to restore that. Is there like a commitment to do that, make it operational again?
I'm sorry, my audio broke up there. About the what?
The clock in that general area.
Oh, the clock. Well, we're going to take a look at it and sort of, if we can get it back to being working, absolutely. Yeah, it just depends if it's broken and how badly it's broken. But I have heard that both that and the statues, were running up until recently, and it may be something fairly minor, and it would be a shame to not do that and not have them work. I mean, if that's all it takes.
Great. I believe, so the only other question I have written down was about acoustics, but you guys did provide an acoustics report as part of the first application. It is on the data portal. I do not believe an update was provided for that report, or a revised report was provided for that, but I would assume if we get one, we'll
we can just say, I mean, we have refined some of the approaches, but the basic approach of having sound absorbent panels behind the damask fabric is a technique that we've used successfully. Georgina actually did mention when she was talking about that the panels that go underneath the balcony and all across the back of the seating area are usually the areas that we have to look at closely because the sound tends to leave the stage, it hits that back wall, and it actually bounces back to the stage, which causes actually problems for the performers. But most of what will happen here is going to be amplified. So absorption is really kind of one of the key priorities in terms of the acoustic performance of the venue.
So just on that point, you had mentioned early in your presentation that the panels down where people are would be the fabric,
One speaker.
where the damask is actually, the pattern of the damask is actually woven into the fabric, whereas in the upper panels it will be printed. Just for point of clarity, in going through the drawings, I think the acoustically transparent panels, FAB2, are actually down below where people are, and that's a printed textile. Is that correct?
Can I answer that? So the damask woven fabric that we were talking about being at the sort of touchable, more public area, that was definitely much more for the front of house space and not inside the audience chamber. So more grand lobby, grand stairs, mezzanine level where the panels are, mid balcony levels where the people are kind of circulating and hanging out. And then as you kind of get more into the more utilitarian, I would say like the dormitories and higher level stairs, those would be the wall covering that's digitally printed. And then within the audience chamber, where the acoustic panels are, those need to be acoustically transparent. So the damask fabric woven isn't necessarily suitable for that. So we would do a digitally printed, acoustically transparent fabric that's able to stretch over those acoustic panels and basically look like the damask panels, but it would be digitally printed on the rear wall and side walls of inside the audience chamber.
Yeah, just to be clear, that's completely acceptable.
Yeah.
So
and can I add one other thing? Just the reason that there's not an acoustical report at this stage while we're getting into construction documents is because that information now is really more incorporated into the document. So you'll see a series of acoustical isolation drawings that's in that set that we recently delivered, and then also we've shown where the acoustic panels are and kind of called out the how many inches thick and all that sort of thing. So the absorptive material at the rear and sides and then at the upper balcony is also kind of now called out within the documents rather than living in a separate report, if that makes sense.
It does, and just to be clear, the way you described it just now is completely acceptable and very exciting. Because it was in slight contradiction to what had been said earlier, I just wanted to make that clear
Oh,
for the
sorry.
commission.
Okay, thank you.
So that ends the list of questions that I had written down. I don't know if I missed one or if anyone else.
I had just one more comment, very brief for the record.
Sure.
The bar that we were showing that was in the Hudson Theater in New York that was white wasn't necessarily a recommendation that we were making for the Lowe's Jersey lobbies. That person seemed pretty upset about it. And I just wanted her to know that we're really not thinking of white millwork in the theater. That's all.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners for the applicant or their team at this time? If not, I think we should move on to staff comment.
Sure.
Staff report, whatever we call it here.
Staff
comment, staff report.
Yeah. So staff, I'm gonna try to keep staff comment pretty brief. It's pretty late.
Why not go?
So our recommendation is almost identical to when the commission first saw this project, and it is that we firmly believe that this project is both warranted and needed, and we are extremely excited about this project. I was really happy to watch the missing pieces come in for everyone else as we were reviewing this tonight with the plethora of new information that we received from the applicants. We strongly recommend that this project, we plan on strongly recommending that this project receive every approval along the step of the process, both from this board as well as any subsequent reviews such as the SHPO or National Park Service, anything like that. That being said, we do have, the way we chose to approach this as a staff review, despite the fact that it is, we did list it as new business tonight, we chose to update our previous staff report rather than create a new staff report because our recommendation remains the same. And we reviewed the plans based on if they had addressed any of the conditions that we had previously stated. So I'm not going to leave it up just because it's very wordy and it's easier to kind of just talk through. So just in areas that we updated, so all of the plans and documents that have been reviewed, these have all the newly submitted plans and documents have been listed as revised and resubmitted with the resubmission date, as well as a couple of new documents that were submitted as well. It's kind of why the data portal is so clunky right now, is because there's a lot of documents in there that were revised. Our project proposal background has not changed. The section that we did update, requirements and standards for consideration, where we basically outline how the commission can review this project. We updated this because there's a little bit of confusion last time as to what the commission's role actually was. So we clarified in this section that tonight, if the commission chooses to take formal action, and you don't have to take formal action tonight, right? This is a courtesy review. But if you do choose to take formal action tonight, staff would recommend that the formal action be a directive to update and provide any of the written documentation, comments to this report, transcript from this hearing, everything like that, to the New Jersey Historic Preservation Office and the National Park Service when both of those agencies eventually request comment from us. So again, you don't have to take formal action on this tonight, but if you choose to do, that would be the recommendation from the directive and recommendation from staff to base any comments off of. And then moving on to staff recommendations and comments themselves. Our general recommendation really has not changed, that we love the information we've seen so far. We are actively looking forward to receiving additional information and building off of the set of plans that have been provided to us and all of the additional documents, and that we strongly believe that this project is headed in the right direction, and we plan on making recommendations for approval every step of the process. We did have a series of recommendations. I'm not going to go through every single one of them because there are some that are just what they would be standard recommendations for a project like this. So for example, the historic preservation architectural set is still separated. And that's fine for a project at this phase. For them to be two separate plan sets is okay for a review process, but staff does expect to be able to see them combined for the ease of review on site and how they'll actually be used. The preservation keynotes on the plan sets need to be updated to reference the specific reports. The HPC and their staff, we're requesting to be added as a reviewing authority listed on the plan set. We did not see those changes made on the submitted plans here. We have a series of remaining recommended conditions. So the women's bathroom is still a concern to HPC. However, we are taking the comments from Colin and the Friends of the Lowe's to heart there, that if they appear to be okay with the change in operation there, we feel comfortable that we could compromise on that, provided that that is something that the Friends of the Lowe's think is operationally appropriate. And then the center aisle of the theater, that's the last one that we're going to, that I'll talk about here, is we felt very strongly from the beginning that the center aisle of the theater should be retained. We understand the applicants and operators' concerns about increasing seating. However, the HPC spends a lot of time talking about how we preserve buildings, whether it's through streetscapes or individual materials, but at the end of the day, we focus a lot on how you physically experience the built environment around you, and to remove a center aisle that is absolutely vital in how you experience the building for a couple of extra seats seems really, really, really short-sighted. And it's just not something that we can in good conscience recommend. So we're still actively recommending that the applicant retain the center aisle in this building. Other than that, I mean, that being said, we're still recommending the project. We strongly believe that that center aisle needs to be maintained. And with that, what?
Maybe before you not share it, you also had one just past that about the LED sign, like not flashing and like all that. I think that was a good one as well to bring to point out too.
Right after I said my emotional piece. Anyway, yeah, this remains a condition. We feel pretty strongly that none of the LED screens, including those addition to the marquee, the exterior poster screens and interior signs, we feel pretty strongly that none of them should flash or blink. I understand the maintenance issue and being able to change them, and the amount of programming that's planned for this space doesn't necessarily lend to changing individual letters on a sign. I understand that, but we have to keep some historic nature of this marquee sign, and to have things scrolling across and flashing and blinking, let's leave that to the lights at the bottom of the marquee, and just retain just a basic LED screen that does not flash or blink. Okay. That being said, does anyone have any questions for staff?
Well, Maggie, I just wanted to jump in and propose a potential compromise on the marquee. It's just a thought, but perhaps the two side elevations of the marquee could be digitized while maintaining a more analog front to maintain that more historic impression when viewing the building straight on. You know, I just keep thinking that you know, a lot of the concerns we have about the interior, and rightly so, but there may be individuals who visit the area who don't actually step foot within the building, and their only impression of the building is going to be that exterior. So I think that in that sense, the exterior takes on an added significance.
Noted. Is Gary, is that something that could be considered?
I think.
Or is it, okay,
We have to look at the system, the way the system works, and make sure that we understand how the side reader boards get powered. I guess just off the top of my head, though, the piece that we're keeping analog is also the most is in the most dangerous position, sort of having to get up there and sort of, you know, replace all those letters. So I guess what I would do would be to first kind of take the suggestion that you've made, Robert, if I may, and see if there's a way to digitize the front but lock it so that it doesn't do the things, these, you know, flashing, chasing things, if that's acceptable. You know, so I know, because we have regular meetings with the operators, the operational group for the building, and it's just something we would have to explore with them and see if they'd be amenable to that. And
I mean,
then find out, you know, what does it cost to be able to do that.
If there was a mechanism, an operations mechanism by which the theater could commit to a, you know, calmer, more old-fashioned appearing graphic program for that marquee, and if there was a way to enforce it, which frankly I'm still skeptical about. But if that was possible, I mean, wouldn't that be the compromise? Because we don't care that it's vinyl versus diode, right? We care we care about the aesthetic and also that people aren't placed in danger. So
Yeah, and I fully support complete LED, you know, with the provisions, no flashing, scrolling, blink, you know, overly Times Square type thing. I have no, I support as it's currently written.
So another couple thoughts on this topic. Perhaps there's a way to use a digital ink type of digital signage so that the lighting could be from some sort of exterior source, which would give it more of an analog feel, more historic, while maintaining the safety considerations and convenience, programmatic convenience that we've discussed. Another thought, just after poking around on Google while we're talking, is I see that they have arms, you know, tools that you can use to change the lettering from street level without having to get up on a ladder. I don't know how it's done currently, but it seems like there are tools to make that easier. So just putting that all out there for consideration. Thanks.
There, I've tried to use those tools before. It's like, have you ever had a skylight that's like on a really high ceiling and you got one of those long wands and you're trying to open the skylight? It's kind of like that. So I'll tell you, look, we have the recommendation, we understand it. We saw the staff's report. We have not had a chance and opportunities to review the staff report with the owners or the operators, I guess I should say. Let us sort of go through these things. Clearly, at least for me anyway, the center aisle and the marquee are the two primary issues that coming from sort of just the comments. I mean, depending on, you know, what decisions the commission takes, if any, those are areas where we need to spend more time kind of investigating exactly how we're approaching it and what we're doing. We are further along with the entire seating configuration. And I don't mean to keep coming back on this, but there are a number of different configurations that almost need to be solved at the same time. So it's not just, do you have a center aisle or don't you have it? It's, do you have a center aisle, and then are you still able to do the other configurations that you need to do? Or, you know, is there something about one of those configurations that makes it, you know, very difficult to do the center aisle? And we've been trying to solve all of these at the same time. So we just have to have more discussions with the operators on that. That's all. That's all. But that's my takeaway. Frank, I don't know if you've identified anything else that we're going to need to sort of jump on and really spend time speaking with the operators about.
No, I mean, I think you've identified them, and obviously we have the staff's review memo that we need to review with the operator, as you noted.
We'll see where we come out on all of that stuff. These are great comments. I mean, I understand them all, and what's really nice is that people really care about the building, and that's why they're making these comments, and so that's very meaningful in our world anyway.
So we've spent about four hours on this. I do think we should take an action to set. What was your recommendation, Maggie? That we would take an to essentially.
What is written in the staff report. So what sounded good at Friday at 4 p.m. That we recommend that the HPC direct HPC staff to provide the written documentation, the comments in the report, the transcript from the meeting, etc., in addition to the previous stuff that we've provided the SHPO and the National Park Service as our request for when they eventually request comment.
Okay.
If you want to translate that into a
motion.
A motion.
Do you have the text of that? I'll just say a motion to, and then I'll read that.
Oh, we can say.
Unless you want to make it Austin.
Well, so motion to forward the recommendations, the transcripts, and all associated documentation of this meeting to the New Jersey State Historic Preservation Office and the National Park Service when either requests comment on the project.
Second.
Okay. So we have Austin who made the motion, Brian who seconded it. Okay, Commissioner Amatuzzo.
Aye.
Okay, there we go. Commissioner Tagliarini.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Gordon.
Aye.
Commissioner Lewis.
Aye.
Commissioner Sakan.
Aye.
Commissioner Gunther.
Aye.
Commissioner Gucciardo is absent. Commissioner Gibson's absent. Commissioner Peppin is absent. Vice Chair Sandkamp.
Aye.
And Chairman Blazak.
Aye.
Okay, there are 8 votes in favor, none against, and no abstentions. The motion carries.
Thank you all very much for a very thorough presentation. We thank you for your time.
Yes, and thank you to all the members of the public in attendance as well. We know this was a long one.
Thank you, everyone.
And it's incredibly exciting. As you know, for Jersey City, this is big. So thank you for your work.
Well, thank you for the comments and for the discussion this evening. It's always helpful to hear kind of really what you're feeling about the project and things like that. So yeah, we'll continue to move on and advance all of these issues. And do please take a look at your calendars for the 3rd of November. We will be sure to notify through Maggie, notify if there's any change in that date for the mock-ups at the Lowe's. It should be very, very interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. And I always love to see interest and engagement with the public. So thanks to the members of the public who joined us tonight.
Same. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.
Have a good evening, guys.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Okay, so looking at the agenda, I don't know if you have any updates on tabled cases, Maggie.
I do, because we have a new one in there.
Yeah, I say.
The Warren Street case, I met with them on site. We reviewed, I will preface the commission ahead of time by saying this. The owners of that property have spent so much time researching the history of that property. I learned a lot of stuff that I was surprised about. They are very excited to present it to the commission. I think it's going to be a good hearing. We're planning on that one for the November meeting.
Okay, good.
Okay. I have no resolutions to introduce, memorialize, or discuss. I do not believe we need an executive session, so that just leaves us to adjournment.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
11:11.